Live stream is up. Sergeants, can you start your recordings?
Cloud is rolling.
Good morning, and welcome to today's remote New York City Council fiscal 2023 preliminary budget hearing of the Committee on Governmental Operations. At this time, would council staff please turn on their video? Please place electronic devices on vibrate or silent. If you wish to submit testimony, you may do so at testimony@council.nyc.gov. That is testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you. Chair, we're ready to begin.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the City Council's Governmental Operations Committee hearing on the fiscal 2023 preliminary budget. My name is Sandra Ong, the chair of this committee. Today, we'll hear testimony from the Department of Citywide Administrative Services, the Law Department, the Board of Elections, and the Office of Administrative Trials and Hearings regarding their fiscal 2022 and fiscal 2023 budgets. The agencies testifying today carry out many of the most important functions that keep the city running, including managing the city's vehicle fleet, defending us from lawsuits, conducting our elections, and collecting administrative fines. As members of the Committee on Governmental Operations, it is our job to work with these agencies to ensure that all of this critical work is done as effective and as efficient as possible. In order to do so, we look forward to hearing more detail regarding the agency's budget and whether or not this funding is being used in the best possible way. I would like to thank the committee staff, senior financial analysts of Boston Batchy, and the committee counsel, Christopher Murray, for their work on preparing this hearing. In addition, I'd like to acknowledge we've been joined by my colleagues, City Council Member Hanif, City Council Member Yeager, and City Council Member Brewer, and I will acknowledge them, more City Council members as they join the meeting. Now I'd like to welcome Dawn Panik, the Commissioner of the Department of Citywide Administrative Services, to testify before this committee. Thank you for coming, Commissioner. DCAS fiscal 2023 preliminary budget totals $1.3 billion, including $217.6 million in personnel services funding to support the 2,408 budgeted full-time positions. $760.8 million, or 56% of DCAS overall budget, is allocated for the citywide heat, light, and power bill. This is the city's utility bill, which DCAS manages and pays for all other city agencies through its Energy Management Division. Today, we look forward to discussing many aspects of DCAS operations, including the state of the citywide electric vehicle fleet, a review of its fiscal 2022 preliminary mayor management report, the agency's work in response to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, the anticipated impact Russian invasion of Ukraine would have on heat, light, and power bill, among any other important topics. With that, I'd like to ask the committee counsel to administer the oath and swear in the testifying representative.
Thank you, Chair. I'm CJ Murray, counsel to the Committee on Governmental Operations. Before we begin testimony, I want to remind everyone that you will be on mute until you are called on to testify, at which point you will be unmuted by the host. I will be calling on panelists to testify, so please listen for your name to be called. Given the time constraints of today's hearing, we will be asking members of the administration to please keep your opening statements brief to allow for sufficient time for questions. During the hearing, if a council member would like to ask a question, please use the Zoom raise hand function and I will call on you in order. We will be limiting council member questions to 3 minutes, which includes the time it takes the panelists to answer your question. Please note that for ease of this virtual hearing, there will not be a second round of questioning outside of questions from the committee chair. All hearing participants who wish to submit written testimony may submit it to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Before we begin testimony, I will administer the oath. To all representatives from DCAS who will be providing testimony or available for questions, please raise your right hand. I will read the oath once and then call on each of you individually for a response. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Don Pinnock.
I do.
Chief of Staff Carmine Rivetti. Do we have Chief of Staff Carmine Rivetti on? We'll keep moving forward. Deputy Commissioner of Human Capital Barbara Dannenberg.
I do.
Deputy Commissioner of Facilities Management Jerry Torres.
I do.
Deputy Commissioner of Real Estate Services Laura Ringelheim.
I do.
Deputy Commissioner of Administration Shamika Boyer Overton.
I do.
Deputy Commissioner of Citywide Procurement Adam Buchanan.
I do.
Deputy Commissioner of Energy Management Anthony Fiore.
Good morning, I do.
Assistant Commissioner of Construction and Technical Services Joseph Wagner. Mr. Wagner, you may need to accept our request to unmute you. We can come back if Mr. Wagner begins to answer a question. Sorry. Great.
Okay.
Commissioner Wagner?
Yes, I'm here.
Great, thank you. Deputy Commissioner of Fleet Management, Keith Kerman.
Yes.
Deputy Commissioner of Fiscal and Budget Management, Richard Thom.
I do. I will.
Deputy Commissioner of the Office of General Counsel, Sanford Cohen.
I do.
Chief Equity Officer of Citywide Equity and Inclusion, Sylvia Montalban.
I do.
Deputy Commissioner of IT, Nitin Patel.
I do.
Thank you. Commissioner Pinnock, you may begin your testimony.
Thank you and good morning. Good morning, Chair Ang and other members of the Committee on Governmental Operations. I'm Dawn Pinnock, and I proudly serve as the Commissioner of the Department of Citywide Administrative Services, more commonly known as DCAS. This morning, I'm joined by members of the DCAS leadership team. At DCAS, our mission is to make city government work for all New Yorkers. We approach our work with a commitment to our three core values: equity, effectiveness, and sustainability. When we talk about equity, we mean providing services that help city government uplift and empower all New Yorkers. Our commitment to effectiveness means ensuring that city government agencies have the resources and support needed to succeed. Our dedication to sustainability means delivering city government services in a way that protects the health of our planet for future generations. DCAS is unique among city agencies because we touch all aspects of city government and provide services to every other city agency. When a city agency has a job to do, it counts on DCAS. I'm extremely proud of how the DCAS team continues to rise to the challenge of helping every agency meet its mission. As I mentioned, sustainability is one of our agency's three core values. Our commitment to sustainability is important because DCAS oversees the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions across all city properties. As part of this work, in December 2022, DCAS published the Local Law 97 Implementation Action Plan, which provides a roadmap for reducing annual emissions from government operations by 40% by 2025 and 50% by 2030. Guided by the action plan, DCAS continues to partner with all city agencies to implement projects to reduce greenhouse gas emissions as much as possible, as quickly as possible. Another key initiative I mentioned is the city's transition to an all-electric vehicle fleet by 2035. DCAS received $25 million in our expense budget in fiscal year 2022 to purchase nearly 1,000 electric vehicles in the current fiscal year. These are all on order now. We also received capital funding of over $69 million allocated across fiscal years 22 and 23 to advance fleet electrification. This program includes the purchase of 346 all-electric cargo vans to replace gas and diesel units citywide, 275 additional fast electric vehicle chargers, 69 additional solar charging carports, 120 mobile charging stations, and retrofitting 125 city fleet trucks to run on electric. DCAS completed our first 100 electric vehicle fast chargers in December, and as we ramp up the replacement of fossil fuel vehicles with electric vehicles, having the charging infrastructure in place to support the fleet will be crucial. We are aggressively laying out the foundation for the charging infrastructure needed to sustain our current electric vehicle fleet and electric vehicle fleet of the future. We appreciate your continued support for this work. Next, I would like to quickly explain and provide an overview of our budget. It's important to understand that the majority of DCAS's expenses cover utility costs for city agencies. Currently, out of our $1.4 billion budget for fiscal year 2023, $760 million is budgeted for heat, light, and power. These are fixed costs based on forecasted energy usage and utility rates. The good news is that DCAS is working every day with agencies through multiple programs to reduce energy use. The city has avoided more than $90 million in energy costs through the work performed to date that started in fiscal year 2014. The second largest expense is the salaries of our 2,400 employees. DCAS's work spans an array of different responsibilities, so we employ everyone from carpenters to procurement professionals to architects and everyone in between. In addition to these expenses, DCAS is tasked with multiple duties to ensure the safety of the city employees and members of the public who use our buildings. This includes clearing snow, performing maintenance, addressing fire safety, and providing custodial services. Our agency received expense funds in fiscal years 22 and 23 for life and safety initiatives. The funding includes $17.6 million for facade projects in fiscal years 22 and 23, roof and interior repairs at $9 million in the current fiscal year, and repair of the rotunda at 52 Chambers Street, which is projected to cost $2 million over 2 fiscal years. That is how we use our budget in a nutshell. The budget for the upcoming fiscal year also includes new targets for cost savings and revenue generation. DCAS, like every other city agency, has identified budget reduction initiatives to help eliminate the budget gap caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. These initiatives include the elimination of 140 vacant positions. This headcount reduction is projected to save $9.7 million. DCAS will implement and manage this reduction to have the least possible impact and to allow us to continue to deliver high quality services to our sister agencies and the public. OTPS savings totaling $800,000 starting next fiscal year via reductions in purchasing of supplies and contractual services, and increased revenue from the sale of used fleet vehicles. We project an additional $1 million in proceeds from sales this fiscal year due to the high market value of used vehicles. In terms of generating revenue, the fiscal year 23 revenue budget is $53.3 million, primarily due to 3 areas. A projected $33.6 million in private rentals of city-owned properties, DCAS's largest source of recurring revenue, $7.9 million for the sale of surplus vehicles and other city-owned equipment, and $3.8 million from applicant filing fees for civil service exams. For our capital plan, the preliminary budget reflects an updated 4-year plan of $2.5 billion from fiscal years 23 through 26. This plan includes maintenance and enhancements to DCAS facilities, renovation of leased spaces, and continuing our energy conservation work. The preliminary budget for fiscal year 23 is $489 million and will allow us to address 2 core areas. DCAS's capital construction program for city-owned offices and court buildings totals $226.5 million in fiscal year 23. While this includes the routine operations and maintenance of our buildings, it's also part of a broader focus on helping agencies more efficiently use office space in our municipal buildings. And the capital plan for fiscal year 23 includes $206 million for energy conservation and green energy projects. This includes lighting retrofits, HVAC upgrades, steam distribution improvements, and a variety of other clean energy projects. In conclusion, I'd like to thank the Council for its partnership and for providing us with the opportunity to testify today. I'm looking forward to working with each of you in my new role as Commissioner, and I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear questions from Chair Ong. Chair, please begin.
Thank you, Commissioner, for joining us today. DCAT's current year's budget is approximately 191 million higher than fiscal 2022 adopted budget, primarily due to increases in the federal funding to cover the costs associated with COVID-19. Can you provide the committee with information what's the current stockpile of COVID-19 equipment, like mass test kits that the city currently has?
Thank you for the question. So in terms of the current medical stockpile, when we were creating that during the height of the pandemic, the spend was approximately 400 million, which contributed to necessary medical grade personal protective equipment, vents, and other medical supplies. Where we currently stand between the medical stockpile and inventory on in-house at our Middle Village location in Queens is approximately 95 million that's left on hand. And so I will at this time turn it over to provide more specifics as relates to the medical stockpile to our acting Deputy Commissioner for Procurement, Adam Buchanan.
Thank you, Commissioner Pinnock, and thank you, Chair Ong, for the question. So it's important to note that DCAS doesn't actually manage the medical stockpile. That's managed by the contract for the medical stockpile itself is held by the New York City Emergency Management, NYSEM, and they monitor the levels at the stockpile in conjunction with DOHMH and Health and Hospitals Corporation. So as Commissioner Pinnock mentioned, we originally did approximately $400 million worth of procurements for the medical stockpile. That included various PPE, masks, gowns, face shields, gloves. We also procured ventilators for the stockpile, lots of hand sanitizer. And so in terms of specific questions regarding the medical stockpile, those should be directed to NYSEM and to DOHMH. Just a slight clarification on, so NYSEM will be able to tell you exactly what's on hand at the medical stockpile. They usually look to have between 30 and 90-day supply at the highest burn rate that happened during COVID-19, which would have been around April, May of 2020. DCAS itself, which we run the city's central storehouse, and we also run we have contracted for a second location. We have approximately $95 million worth of items on hand. Those items are strictly for city personnel to support city operations, totally separate and apart from the medical stockpile. We have things, similar items, protective apparel, lots of hand sanitizer, masks, and we currently have, we have distributed approximately 440,000 rapid test kits. And we have approximately 760,000 rapid test kits on hand. So I think we are, well positioned moving forward to handle any spikes due to any variants that may come along. And we've had to learn to expect the unexpected.
Thank you. That is good to know. Hope there'll be no future spikes, but you never know. So the DCAS 2023 citywide heat, light, and power budget that totals 760.8 million. Right now, I think we all know the Russian invasion of Ukraine has sent the global energy prices skyrocketing. Is there any analysis how this impact will have on the citywide heat and light power budget for the current and the following year?
Thank you very much for the question. And so we are currently in the process of conducting that analysis because we do expect to see price escalations. Because while we can certainly control energy use across citywide operations, there are other costs associated with our commodities that we can't control. We can't control the delivery costs. We can't control certain escalations in price. And so we are expecting that. And we can certainly circle back to the committee once our analysis has been complete, but we do expect to have price escalations.
Great, thank you. Do you know when that would be done? The budget for it?
And so I will ask our Chief Financial Officer, Rich Tom, to provide greater clarification. Rich?
Yes, hi. Good morning, Commissioner. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Ung. We are now working on the analysis based upon more bills that have come in February to see what the prices are, and we will do the projection to see where we end up landing this current fiscal year and also for next fiscal year too.
Great. I just, is there like a time estimate of when that projection will be done?
We will have a projection by, I would say, first week of April, I would say.
Oh, okay, so that's quite soon. Okay. Thank you. I'm just looking around, see, does any of my colleagues have any questions? I also want to say I'm joined, I believe, with my colleagues, City Council Member Ariola and Shulman, and Ressler. So, okay, if none of my colleagues have more questions, I'll just continue with mine. DCAS miscellaneous revenue streams have steadily declined from 79.6 million in 2018 to 53.3 million that's budgeted for the fiscal 2023 budget. And the primary cause of decrease is decline in commercial rent revenue. Can you provide information to why the commercial rent has declined since 2018?
I will turn that question over to Laura Rangelheim, who serves as our head of the Real Estate Services Division.
Good morning, Chair Ung and council members. So the revenue that we generate from leasing depends on a number of factors, but mostly including leases that expire. So that number usually rises and falls each year. And I would, for part of the question to our Deputy Commissioner Tom, I believe it's the Grand Hyatt lease, which the city will no longer be getting revenue from that lease. That was the major lease change, although we do have about 400 leases. So a variety of them will come and go. Sometimes, you know, it's going to go up if we add new ones, but this was a big difference from previous fiscal years because of that revenue loss.
Yes, it was converted from a rental payment to pilot payment starting in FY21. So that was the big reason for that drop.
So do you anticipate that the rent revenue projections will continue to decline in the next couple of fiscal years?
I don't think it will continue to decline at that that rate. That was a big fall. So where pilot being that DCAS would have the revenue come directly to it, and that would go to the general fund. Pilot, it's no longer coming to DCAS. So there's still a tax rate that the city is getting on that property. However, we don't see any major leases that are expiring or loss of revenue in the near future. You know, so some of the properties that you see that might fluctuate would be situations where the property is in litigation and we're trying to work out what the rent would be with that particular tenant. And when those are resolved, we'll be entitled to the back rent. But at this time, that may account for some of those fluctuations.
Thank you. I still don't see any other council member have any questions, so I will continue on. The department will generate savings of 23.4 million across fiscal 2022-23 through the reductions of 140 vacant positions across the agency. That generates a saving of 6.7 million in fiscal 2022 and 9.7 million in fiscal 2023. Can you provide information which of the department divisions has the most vacancy reduction as part of the savings initiative?
So thank you so much for the question. As you can imagine, since we are a citywide service deliverer, losing 140 vacancies is significant, and it's a baseline. I'm sorry, my lights just shut off. See, energy conservation at its best here. So thank you. The lights just came back on. All right. So losing 140 vacant positions is significant. And so, as you mentioned, it does amount to a savings of $9.7 million in fiscal year 23. What we decided to do, given the fact that all of our areas provide citywide service, we decided to take a really thoughtful look across the entire organization. So we looked at aged vacancies by every service area. We also looked at opportunities for automation, consolidation, and that as a result, we came up with a cross-section of vacancies to contribute to the reduction. So in our list of vacant positions, it includes some managerial positions, some clerical titles, but when you look at the full number and you break that down, the largest number of vacancies came from our facilities management service area, because that particular group serves as over half of the organization's headcount. So, but there was a cross-section of vacancies taken from all of our service areas.
Thank you. And would this have any impact on the facilities management?
So certainly in the short term, we don't foresee there being any impact to core services. And that is the reason why we decided to look across the agency and to identify opportunities for consolidation and streamlining. And if we do encounter any issues relating to our provision of services, we will certainly work directly with OMB to address any shortfalls there.
Thank you. And did OMB have any discussions with you about further savings to be imposed on the executive budget?
As it stands right now, those conversations have really been preliminary. Okay. Our PEG reductions that were submitted were fully approved by OMB, and so we did agree to continue to work together very closely to backfill those vacancies that we do still have, and then circle back in the event that we have any concerns about service shortfalls.
Thank you. I have a few more questions, but I see my other colleagues have questions. I'm going to let them I'll go first.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair Ung. It is good to be with you always, and really happy that you're chairing our Government Operations Committee. And it's wonderful to be with the DCAS team. I want to formally congratulate my friend Dawn Pinnock on being the commissioner. Dawn is one of the superstars in city government. So it's great to see you, not just in the acting role, but in the permanent role. It was a really wise choice by the mayor, and he deserves a great deal of credit. And want to just say hello to many friends at DCAS. I see Laura, I see Sandy, Keith, many people who I had a lot of respect for many, many years. So it's fun to get the whole DCAS team in one place. Just a few questions I'd love to ask. I'll start with our fleet wizard, Keith, if it's okay. I recall the outgoing mayor made a commitment to a fully electric fleet by 2030. Are we on pace for that? Can we move any faster? And secondly, why can't we just eliminate all SUVs from the fleet, period?
Okay, so first, so the commitment was to go to, for all light duty vehicles by 2030 to electric, and we're moving fast towards that. We currently operate the largest electric fleet in New York State with 3,100 total plug-in vehicles. We do have the largest order of electric vehicles we've ever made, 1,300 vehicles that we're doing, 1,350 actually in fiscal year 22. One of the big pieces of that, and that goes to your second question as well, we are introducing nearly 200 Ford Mach-E Mustangs, actually a crossover vehicle, not an SUV, into law enforcement. So, you know, our biggest fleet of any type is policing and law enforcement, and that's where most of the SUVs are, right? So, you know, we are implementing the hybrid Interceptor. It is a hybrid SUV, but so that is a really big transition for us, and we're hoping to see those vehicles very soon. You know, we need to make sure they work for the police department. They have to go through a lot of vetting, a lot of testing, lights and sirens. There's a lot of technical and operational work. But that would be a huge transformation for us. And that would get to the majority of your second question. So we're making a lot of progress on an electric fleet. It's light duty 2030, light duty and medium and non-emergency trucks by 2035, and then an extra 5 years to deal with what will be the most difficult, right? The fire trucks, the specialized emergency services units, some of these specialized units like snow melters, and we have a lot of interesting stuff. And then on the
I-
SUVs, again, NYPD, if we can get this electric vehicle program, which is really a crossover, that takes care of about 60-70% of the SUVs. Then we are working on solutions, but sanitation has a big piece of the rest of the SUVs are sanitation response. And that is tricky because they do need the 4x4 functionality in the winter storms. So we are going to hybrid electric there, but that's one of the challenges.
Time
There's an
expired.
operational need there.
Well, even Bill de Blasio switched out from an SUV to a minivan. We should be able to do it across the board. And these are gas guzzlers at a time when we just can't afford to have them. And I appreciate all of the very good and creative work you're doing, but we need to shrink the fleet. And I know you're focused on it, and I'm impressed always every time I hear from you about everything that you're doing to make that happen. But all of the growth that we saw during the fleet in the de Blasio administration, we need to see it reduced twice as fast in the Adams administration. And I'm going to push with everything I can on the council side and want to be a creative partner in helping and advocating for whatever solutions we can. I realize that for some of our uniformed agencies, these are harder solutions, but we have non-uniform agencies that are using SUVs as well. And there's just no reason. And I'm excited to hear about the pilots that you're pursuing. The Mach-E sounds interesting. Anything we can do to help on the council side, please let us know, because it's just of utmost importance. And there's no excuse, in my opinion, for the proliferation of SUVs that we have from city agencies, and really appreciate your leadership in trying to make that, to reverse that. I'll defer back to the chair, but I'll jump back in whenever you let me. In case if you had more questions, Chair.
I do actually have a follow-up question on SUV. Just to clarify, how many SUVs are in the fleet today?
There are, I don't want to guess the number, so I'm gonna check on that number for you. The majority of our SUVs are in policing and in then over at sanitation. And I can get you an exact number in just 1 second. One of the benefits of doing an online is you can look something up. So there are 4,385 total SUVs in the fleet. 2,859 of those are at the police department, then 555 at sanitation. So those are numbers, and we have been reducing. We did 100 vehicle reduction in the last year of SUVs. So we are trying to reduce them. And again, we need a solution to really get to the SUVs and scale. We need that police department program to work, and that's launching as we speak. So that ultimately, as NYPD is the majority of these SUVs, we have a plan to switch that vehicle to an all-electric and smaller vehicle, and that's launching now.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I believe the council member Ressler had another question probably regarding this.
That's okay. I actually was hoping to ask Commissioner Pinnock and the team about renewable energy. And I recall there was, again, a kind of big executive order and commitment to get us to 100% renewable energy in our city operations. What's the timeline, in your understanding, to achieve those goals, firstly? And then secondly, local law 97 compliance. And I know that for our old city buildings, this is no easy thing to accomplish. How can we help DCAS and support your efforts to comply with local law 97 as and reach our energy reduction goals as in city buildings as quickly as possible?
Thank you so much for that question, Councilman Ressler, and congratulations to you as well.
Thank you.
And so I will start off talking a bit about the importance of compliance with local law 97, and then I'll turn it over to our Chief Decarbonization Officer, Anthony Fiore. So As you know, in support of Local Law 97, we came up with a very comprehensive implementation plan, which really sets out a roadmap for all city agencies, where for the first time in the city's history, we've attached carbon emission reduction goals by agency. And so most notably, the two overarching mandates really tie into a 40% reduction, in our carbon emissions as a city by 2025 and 50% by 2030. So under Anthony's leadership, we've taken a multi-pronged approach. In addition to signing a contract that really supports us well in terms of having 100% renewable energy. So I will turn that over to Anthony so he can walk you through our process and how you can help. Anthony, thank you.
Okay.
Don't forget the how I can help part.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Council Member, for the question. Thank you, Chair Ung and the rest on the committee. Appreciate you all and the work that you do. I just want to start by saying DCAS really takes a comprehensive and holistic approach to energy management. We offer about 8 major types of support, including data analysis, technical guidance, strategic planning, energy management professional support, training, outreach, and education, contracting support, enhanced O&M practices, and then investments in energy efficiency technologies, including emerging technologies and clean energy generation. To your question on the supply, as Commissioner Pinnock mentioned, we did sign a contract with the state to purchase enough renewable energy to meet 100% of our consumption of electric. That contract has been signed, it has been registered. We expect the commercial operation date for the first project to supply that energy to start by the end of 2025. With regard to efficiency in buildings, you hit the nail on the head. 2/3 of our emissions come from buildings.
Time's expired.
If you'd like, I can continue, or yes. Oh, okay. 2/3 of our emissions come from buildings. 90% of the buildings that exist today will be here in 2050. So that's where the primary work has to occur. We did produce an implementation action plan that not only looked at the mandates of Local Law 97, but tried to weave together other commitments the city has made, including the 100% renewable energy, the 100 megawatts of solar, a 20% reduction in energy consumption, among other commitments. The plan really considered policy compliance with practical and technical feasibility, as well as cost. And it focused on buildings, but it also looked government-wide, so at other sectors like fleet and energy supply. And what we did is we broke all the buildings down into typologies. We identified emission reduction opportunities that could be applied to those typologies. And then we determined the amount of emission reductions required from buildings after taking into consideration actions in those other sectors. And then we applied these to each agency's portfolio, and from the first time ever have come up with agency-specific emission reduction opportunities so that agency heads have a clearer transparency and expectation of what's required from their agencies. The report also recommended a number of implementation support initiatives, 5 key areas: accountability, infrastructure, human capital, project implementation support, integrated capital planning, and optimized building operations. So I know I'm talking through this fast, so I'm happy to answer any follow-up questions, but I also offer that this implementation action plan is posted on our website. And I think as far as how council can help us, taking a look at that, and if you have any thoughts or ideas, we would love to sit down with you and discuss those in further detail.
And maybe shame some of the agencies that aren't cooperating.
Yes.
Yes. Or nicely encourage them to do what they're supposed to do, one or the other, but that's
and not all agency is created equal, right? So and I'm happy to discuss that in detail whenever you'd like.
I'd love to work with you on that. So I'll take a look at that report and definitely be in touch. Thank you, Chair Ung, for the extended time.
Chair, I believe you are on mute.
Oh, I'm sorry, apologies. I just meant I am good with DCAS. Thank you. Yes, I am done with all my questions. Well.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify before you today. We look forward to working with you and the committee.
Chair, I see Councilmember Ressler has his hand raised. Councilmember Ressler.
Oh, thank you. Just very briefly, I'm sorry, Chair Ung. I just wanted to ask about a topic that I know Commissioner Pinnock, you have a lot of experience in, and Deputy Commissioner Dannenberg as well. Sexual harassment in New York City. And could you just speak to how the work that DCAS is doing to convene HR professionals around the city and how we're ensuring really how we're doing our best to encourage positive workplace climates and ensuring accountability and oversight and proper and thorough investigations when there are issues that of course will occur in a 400,000 person workforce to make sure that that New York City workers are protected.
Thank you so much for that question. So we've really taken a multi-pronged approach. So in addition to developing a computer-based training for sexual harassment prevention that is required for all city employees, every year after we finish a training cycle, we go back and we enhance that training. So we recently, we're in cycle 4 now of the training. And so we've beefed up areas relating to the role of an upstander and a bystander. We've given more directives and direction to managers. We've also added other components around reporting, really all with the goal of making the process around sexual harassment complaint reporting even more transparent. So every year we really take pride in being better. To date, we've trained close to 100,000 employees in terms of sexual harassment. Our cycle ends at the end of September. And so we are well on our way to having all employees trained and to being fully compliant with the local law. In addition to that, we do have a team of investigations and compliance professionals. And even throughout the height of the pandemic, we continued to fully investigate any sexual harassment complaints that were reaching the highest levels of every city organization. And so that team continues to work with agency heads, in some cases City Hall, to best advise them and provide them with recommendations on how to remedy issues that we're seeing. In addition, we've beefed up our reporting in our database, which we're actually working to try to enhance now, really going through all of that data with all of our EEO professionals so they can understand what trends we're seeing, and then having conversations about how to, once again, improve behaviors in the workplace. Because in some cases, things may not rise to a complaint, but certainly if there are concerns about how people are talking to each other, how people are engaging in meetings publicly, privately, we want to make sure that we're providing agencies with that information. And then lastly, what we continue to do is meet with our HR and EEO professionals. In some cases, because during the pandemic, we were meeting weekly to talk about different policies and changes, but also to have them understand the overlaps between their jobs and the connection that they have to improving workplace culture. So we are extremely proud of the work that we've been doing, and certainly we're open to figuring out how we can best improve the work going forward. So thank you for the question.
Thank you for your response. And I'm sorry, Chair Ung, I promise to be less annoying the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe Councilwoman Brewer has a question too.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm at another meeting, so I hope I'm not asking what has already been asked. First of all, thank you, Carmine. Thank you, Keith. These are people I've known for 30 years, and I have great respect for them, and I thank them. And if you haven't been there for 30 years, I apologize for not saying good things about you, but I've been around 40 or 50 years. My question is, and Carmine knows this, is about food purchase. I'm big on local food purchase. I think you do seniors to a certain extent, certainly correction, HRA, and I have to work on the other agencies. So this has been something that I've been working on for many years, but how do we get more local purchase? How do we purchase the onions from New York State, the apples, and on a regular basis? The state under Commissioner Hall, who's head of agriculture, has been doing this for a while. So we have a report that you're supposed to put on a regular basis. It's not quite up to date. So I just was wondering if I could hear a little bit about local food purchase from the state farms in New York. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Brewer. I'll turn that over to our Acting Deputy Commissioner for Procurement, Adam Buchanan, to talk about how we try to purchase more locally.
It's the law, just in case you know, least best effort. I wish I could mandate it. Go ahead.
So thank you for the question, Councilmember Brewer. I'm going to have to get used to calling you Councilmember and not Borough President.
You could call me Gail. Gail is fine. Go ahead.
You know, before the pandemic, I thought we had what was a really productive meeting with your office regarding this issue. And I'm really happy to report that, you know, in FY21, we were at 11% of our food purchases from New York vendors. And already just in the first 2 quarters of FY22, we're up to 33%. So we have started to mandate, as you well know, there are a couple different ways that we can incentivize procurement from New York producers. You have the 10% price preference, which we have implemented in all of our food procurements. That doesn't always get the New York producers over the finish line.
Right.
But what we also did, and thanks in large part to your guidance and your advocacy in this area, is we took a look at our portfolio and we saw that we could also just start mandating things to come from New York State. So we've looked through our entire food portfolio, and we've determined where we're not even going to accept any bids from any vendors who are outside of New York State. So, you know, I'm happy to say that in a couple different areas, we have processed, fresh, and frozen foods. We have halal and kosher meals. We have fresh fruits and vegetables, meats and poultry, and baking products, all coming from New York State right now. And so really proud of what we've been able to accomplish there, thanks in large part to your pushing on the issue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I hope that we can meet and maybe figure out how to even push it up. And I'd love to get some details, but thank you very much. 11 to 33%. It's a big start. Thank you.
We'd love to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, I don't see any other hands raised, so if you'd like to move on to the next portion of the hearing, we can.
I think the chair is on mute.
Sorry. I know it's a long day for everybody. This is the beginning of the day. So next, I'd like to welcome Corporation Counsel Sylvia Hines-Reddix, the head of the Law Department, to testify before this committee. Thank you for testifying before today's hearing. The Law Department's fiscal 2023 preliminary budget totals $239 million, including $163.2 million in personnel services funding to support 1,698 budgeted full-time positions. Today, we look forward to discussing the many aspects of Law Department's operation, including a citywide savings program, a review of its fiscal 2022 preliminary mayor's management report, among other topics. With that, I'd like to ask the committee counsel to administer the oath and swear in the testifying representatives.
Thank you, Chair. To all representatives from the Law Department who will be providing testimony or available for questions, please raise your right hand. I will read the oath once and then call on each of you individually for a response. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Corporation Counsel Sylvia Hines-Reddix.
I do.
First Assistant Corporation Counsel Stephen Stein-Cushman.
I do.
Managing Attorney Muriel Good-Trefant.
I do.
And Deputy Chief of Administration Jenny Nagel.
I do.
Thank you, Corporation Counsel Hines-Reddix. You may begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chair Ong and distinguished members of the Government Operations Committee. Thank you for your continued commitment to the Law Department, and thank you for all of the hard work that you do every day for the people of the city of New York, the city that we love. It is a pleasure of mine to have the opportunity to discuss the Law Department's fiscal year 2023 preliminary budget with you today. I am joined by First Assistant Corporation Counsel Steve Sine Cushman, Managing Attorney Muriel Good Trufant, and Deputy Chief of Administration Jenny Nagel. The Law Department represents the city, the mayor, the city council, other elected officials, city agencies, and all affirmative and defensive civil litigation. As a prosecuting agency, the department brings proceedings in family court, alleging violations of criminal law, and represents the people of the state of New York in the proceedings filed in criminal court to enforce the city's administrative code. Law department attorneys draft and review local and state legislation, real estate leases, procurements, contracts, and financial instruments for the sale of municipal bonds. The department also provides legal counsel to city officials on a wide range of issues, such as civil rights, education, intellectual property, land use and environment policy. The department's work embraces all city entities and operations. Our impact is tremendous. The department currently has on board approximately 800 assistant corporation counsels and some 660 legal support professionals. We are proud to be a diversity, equity, and inclusion leader in the legal profession. Approximately 30% of our lawyers are ethically diverse, and 59% are women. The law department plays an important role in enhancing the city's fiscal strength and advocating for the public good. For example, through the work of our affirmative litigation division, in this fiscal year already, we have recovered $15 million for the city and city entities, and we anticipate recovering approximately $23 million more by the end of the fiscal year. This includes monetary recoveries for unpaid cigarette taxes, property damage, social services overpayments, judgments, collection activities, and for breach of contract, trademark infringement, and design and construction litigation, among other things. Over and above these recoveries, we have received several large settlements reached in the litigation against manufacturers and distributors of opioids. As you may be aware, the city and thousands of other cities throughout the US brought claims against manufacturers, distributors, and marketers of prescription opioid products. The city, in connection with the state and other localities in New York, will receive funds from settlements with 3 big opioid distributors and 2 manufacturers. In addition to these financial recoveries, during this fiscal year, our affirmative litigation division continues to pursue civil enforcement actions to protect city residents. There are ongoing court actions brought to compel compliance with code requirements in order to protect tenants and the public. We were able to settle the first suit brought to enforce the city's unlawful eviction law, with the property owners agreeing to forfeit the $2 million property, which will be converted into affordable housing. We also worked with the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection to bring the first lawsuit to enforce the city's Freelance Free Act against L'Officiel USA, the American subsidiary of the French-owned global media company. The city law provides a time frame for payments to these freelancers. We also anticipate saving the city between 150 and 200 million this fiscal year in payouts from judgments and claims fund through our continuing activity to compel insurance companies to defend and indemnify the city. In these cases, our tort and affirmative litigation divisions are enforcing coverage for lawsuits arising out of the work performed by private contractors and permittees. Every case that the insurance company sets up to defend is a case that does not have to be defended by city attorneys, thus saving enormous legal resources. Settlements and judgments paid by the insurers in cases falling within the policy coverage also saved the city substantial sums since the start of this project in the late 1990s. We have saved the city over $2 billion. Another example of our law department's efforts, which result in cost savings in the work of the tort division, is the work of the tort division's risk management unit. They work with all city agencies to mitigate or eliminate risk to the city residents short term by identifying the dangerous conditions that can be remediated quickly, and long term by identifying agency operations or practices that are often the subject of litigation, as well as discussing ways to make meaningful changes. The risk management unit meets regularly with city agency to discuss matters that are frequently the subject of litigation, to strategize about possible operational changes to mitigate risk. Our commercial and real estate litigation division defends the city in a wide range of contractual disputes. These disputes include 3 categories of agreements: contracts with private companies to build or repair the city's infrastructure, leases of important public properties, and contracts for all types of goods and services. These claims are largely based upon negotiated terms of pre-existing agreements and typically involve significant exposure to the city. In fiscal year of 2021, the division resolved $385 million in claims for $120 million, resulting in a $265 million savings. Similarly, our tax and bankruptcy divisions defense of real property tax assessments protected $57 million in property tax receipts in fiscal year 2021 and $41.5 million during the first half of fiscal year of 2022. While the pandemic slowed some aspects of our work in the courts, others intensified, including defending emergency applications, seeking injunctions to halt various requirements related to mask, vaccine, and other COVID precautionary measures. As we emerge from the pandemic, we have seen an increase in workload, a growing return in in-person court appearances and trials, and a decrease in the resources at our disposal to craft our responses. As you may be aware, our office works side by side with council attorneys, crafting local laws and then defending those laws if and when they are challenged. To name just a few, over the last year, we've collaborated in our defense of local laws, providing relief and protection to commercial and residential tenants who became vulnerable as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Capping the fees that may be charged to restaurants by delivery service apps, requiring hotel owners to pay severance to employees who were laid off due to hotel closures, and prohibiting employers from terminating or refusing to hire employees based on their sexual or reproductive health choices. In addition, our collaborations regarding these laws, the law department also had great success defending critical public health orders regarding masking and vaccinations. Given the urgent nature of the pandemic, many of these challenges were brought on emergency applications that caused the department to work more expeditiously to prepare its responses. Our labor and employment law, administrative law, and regulatory litigation and general litigation division attorneys we're often given a short hour to review papers, to speak with stakeholders, including the council, with respect to local laws, and to prepare a response to these emergency challenges. In some cases, our attorneys were asked to work through the night to be prepared to defend these laws and policies the next day. We are grateful to those attorneys, as well as to the staff of city agencies and at the council, for supporting our successful full defense of these laws and policies. These successful efforts were highly resource intensive, and retaining adequate staffing is critical to the maintenance of the law department's ability to preserve the high standard of responsiveness moving forward. This was in addition to our efforts to defend the city and its employees in litigation in more than 62,000 cases. During the pandemic, we experienced an increase in pending cases, particularly in our largest division, tort. In tort, there are now more than 26,000 cases, 2,000 more than a year ago. Included in this number are newly filed COVID-19 related cases, newly filed Child Victim Act cases, as well as longstanding cases for which trial dates in hundreds of cases in state court have been delayed because of the pandemic. In addition to growing case numbers in state courts, our office has an active and challenging federal practice marked by our participation in in-person federal court trials since October of 2020. Despite obstacles and staffing concerns, we are pursuing innovative strategies to manage the workload across all our divisions in the face of a tight labor market and budget constraints. We are in constant communication with the Office of Management and Budget to address our current issues. Finally, I'd like to share some information on our family court division. All the work of our family court division is geared towards strengthening families and communities. Its mission is twofold: through juvenile justice and interstate child support. We are the presentment agency in all juvenile justice and adolescent offender cases referred to the city family courts. Under the rehabilitative mandate of the Family Court Act, the Family Court Division must work to achieve outcomes that serve the needs of each individual youth brought before the court, while at the same time protecting the interest of crime victims and ensuring the safety of the community at large. Our family court attorneys work in approximately 30 locations, including nights and weekends and holiday court operations. The introduction of older youth through raise the age legislation has resulted in increased charge severity and individual needs of youth in family court. As is the case across New York City, we have continued to experience an increase in firearms cases. In 2021, there were 337 firearm cases referred citywide. This surpasses the number in 2020, when there were 283 firearm referrals, and in 2019, when there were 128 firearm referrals. The goal for youth in juvenile justice is to identify strengths as well as resources and opportunities to foster success in the community. To do so, our staff members are dedicated to outreach across the 5 boroughs by attending events in schools and communities in order to meet and support all of those who may need our assistance. In juvenile justice proceedings, the law requires a determination that balances the needs of the youth and the community's safety. More than 85% of the cases in the division result in community-based outcomes, including diversion and restorative justice. Despite the continued difficulties presented by the pandemic and the number of diversions, the number of diversions have continued to grow. Throughout all matters, we look forward to matching youth, families, and impacted community members with appropriate services and opportunities geared towards preventing system involvement, providing rehabilitation, securing restorative services, and promoting enhanced outcomes. My testimony today provides a limited analysis of the very broad and varied docket. By keeping the interests of all New Yorkers at the center of our work, we can do what is right and reinforce trust in government and in the rule of law. This is our core commitment. I thank you for your support to the Law Department and look forward to your continued collaboration. We would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Thank you, Corporation Counsel Heinz Reddix, for your testimony. And thank you so much for Law Department for all your hard work. I have a couple of questions. The department fiscal 2023 budget is 50.8 million less than its fiscal 2023 adopted budget due to its reduction in contract budget. Can you provide information on why the department's contract budget for fiscal 2023 is approximately 46 million less than fiscal 2022 adopted budget?
The decrease is due to the drop in the Law Department's other than personnel services. Overall, the budget for the fiscal year 2022 is 123.5 million, and it drops to 75.9 million in the fiscal year of 2022. The reduction is due to the fact that we are funded on a year-by-year basis for things like monitorships, special masters, and other major case expenses whose needs fluctuate from year to year. We are currently in discussion with OMB about our needs for the next fiscal year and how best to deal with it and with what we have already done. This takes into consideration 3% cut that's being required.
Great, thank you. Also, the department will generate savings of 5.5 million in fiscal 2022 and 7.1 million in fiscal 2023 through the reduction of 97 vacant positions across the agency. Can you provide information as to which of the department divisions has the most vacancy reduction?
I'd like to refer that question to Muriel Goodtufan.
Good morning. The cuts throughout the Law Department have been done on a proportionate basis. And so the divisions that are most affected are tort and family court, as they are our largest divisions.
Okay, well, what impact would this have on the both departments' operations and tort and family court?
Throughout the department, we are working diligently to meet all of our needs, the needs of litigation, the needs in our transactional work, and we continue to be in discussion with OMB as to make certain that we meet all of our obligations.
Thank you. Well, speaking of family court, there was a report released by the New York Bar Association, along with the Fund for Modern Courts, that was reported in NBC New York on February 4th, 2022, highlighting the failures of family court in New York City. It reports a backlog of cases associated with custody, visitation, adoption, child support, among others. What has the department done to decrease the backlog of these cases in family court?
Well, these reports concern improving access to family court for litigants. Our family court division is one of those litigants. Mm-hmm. Our department does not control the family court system. This is under the Office of Court Administration, who is responsible for our family court. We are continuing to do the work that we do in the in the family court and get access to the court as it becomes much more operational.
Thank you. And talking about monitors, there's an article on New York Post that says the city has spent $111 million on monitors and special masters overseeing agencies to fix the failures, including living conditions in public housing and alleged racist practice in the city jail, among many other issues. Can you walk us through the process of how a monitor gets appointed to a city agency?
The monitors are under the control of the city agencies, and the appointments of monitors are usually done by the courts. The court appoints the monitor, and the agencies are supposed to become compliant with the court's order in order to comply with the monitorship. So we work closely with the agencies to give them the information and the assistance that they require in order to be in compliance with the court's order.
So I'm sorry, maybe you would not, but is the law department involved anyway in terms of the allocations of the funding to monitors or the budget to the monitors?
The law department pays several of the monitors, and there is an assistant corporation counsel assigned to each of the monitors who would go over the receipts that are submitted by the monitors to ensure that we are properly billed, or to have any discussion with them about anything that is seen on the receipt that's submitted to us that has to be corrected. But we don't make a determination as to what is received by the monitors. That is set by the court's order.
I see, but we do play a role in, do we play a role in the budgeting of those monitors?
I misunderstand your question, Council Member.
Does the law department play a role in you said the receipts, right? How the receipts are billed?
Well, no, we play a role in how they're paid. They submit to us. The bills from the monitors are sent to us.
Okay.
To the law department, and some of these bills, and I have listed some of the monitors. So we have monitorships on the Floyd case, on the Giuliano case, the Nunes, and in my report there are lists of the monitorships and the numbers that we pay.
Right. So do we just pay the bill as presented to us? Like, how do we assess? Like, do we assess that the bills are reasonable? Yes, that's and I thought I had explained, and maybe I didn't do that clearly enough, Council Member, and I'm sorry. The bills there is an assistant corporation counsel that gets these bills, who is assigned to the monitorship, who gets the bills, go over the bills, and make any recommendation to the monitors with reference to any inadequacies or anything that is incorrect on the bill, to ensure that the city does not overpay for anything that is requested by the monitor. Okay, understood. Is there a general, I know it's really specific. Maybe we could follow this up on a, not in the hearing, but just in general, how do they do that? How do they make those assessments? Are you talking about the corporate, our assistant corporation counsel? Yes, yes. Well, there are things that are listed by the monitor that are done, hourly rates, any of the reports that they are making that they're billing for. Because our assistant corporation counsel have been working with them, they're familiar with the case and know the issues that should be raised with reference to what is being submitted to us. Thank you. And if there's any way to provide more information to the committee with that'll be great. And also, can you provide the committee with a list of the current monitors right now that's assigned to city agencies? Yes, I have that, and that can be provided. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm just looking to see if anybody has any questions. No. Okay. So I'll just ask one last question about workers' compensation. Under state law, people who are entitled to workers' compensation payments for the city has the right to receive those payments via direct deposit. Does the law department workers' comp division currently have the ability to make the deposits via direct deposits? Sorry, the payments via direct deposits?
Thank you, Council Member. Our office has worked with the Controller's office in order to send out payments electronically to recipients of workers' compensation.
Great. That's good. So if that's good. So how does the workers' compensation division notify individuals of their right to enroll in direct deposit?
I believe they're in monthly communication with them, because certainly people who have regular payments due from workers' compensation would receive regular communications from them. I will follow up, and we can provide you with the information as to exactly how individuals are notified that they can enroll in direct deposit.
Thank you. And just one last question. How long have the workers' comp have this ability to do to make the direct deposits?
The work started during the pandemic. I don't recall the exact date that the switchover was made, but during the pandemic, we worked very closely with the Controller's office for this capability.
Great. Thank you so much. And I believe Council Member Ressler is his hand up.
Thank you, Council, and thank you, Chair Ung. Judge Hein Radix, congratulations on your confirmation and your leadership of the Law Department. I am going to take the liberty of raising with you the same two things that I said to you when I had a chance to speak to you before your confirmation. One, you were so lucky to have Steve Stein-Cushman to your right. He is truly, I've got a list of my 10 favorite people in city government, and Steve might just be at the top of it. He is superb on every complex question. There is no smarter, more creative person with better institutional memory on land use, on procurement, on everything. Like, oh my gosh, when I worked in city government, it was just a pleasure and a joy to get to call Steve and ask for advice. So it's good to see Steve. And it's nice to see you.
Council Member, that's why I brought him along.
There you go. I mean, seriously, it's just, he is a good egg.
Overly kind, but it's good to see you again.
Truly, truly, truly. I mean it from the bottom of my heart. The question I have for you, Judge Hein Radix, is I'm really interested in the affirmative lit unit at law and how we can beef that up and really make that a place where we are proactively addressing the needs of New Yorkers. And I know that I've heard the mayor and Frank speak to this a little bit as well. I was just wondering if you could, I know you're just a little bit in, but if you could speak to your vision for the affirmative litigation unit and how we can do more there to protect the interests of vulnerable New Yorkers.
Well, Council Member, I got here, and you'll see from a major part of my report that affirmative lit has done significant work, and we've collectively met with the affirmative litigation unit. We've expressed to them your concerns, from the council's concerns, the interest, your concerns, the mayor's concerns. And we are, if you would look, I guess we've recently had an additional posting for affirmative litigation, because we are very, very happy that you have that interest. I told you we will reach out to you and ask you for anything that you think that we should be looking at. We consider affirmative litigation an important part of the work that we do for the city. And I'm telling you, we are really sitting and taking a very good look at it, and to see how we can enhance it and to make sure that all of the interests that you have are met.
Wonderful. I really appreciate that. Would love to further that conversation. I really think there are opportunities to use the army of smart, great, experienced people at the law department to hold bad actors accountable in New York City. And it's not just about, and doing that proactively. So I have some ideas I'd love to share. Don't need to bother you at this oversight hearing, or this budget hearing, but really do welcome the opportunity to partner with you and engage to think about ways that we can that the law department can just protect our communities more effectively. So thank you very much. And thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Ressler. If nobody else has any more questions, I'm asking to see if we could have a 5-minute break before our next testimony. If everyone's good with that, I'm just going to go with the 5-minute break.
Let me thank you, our council member, very much for permitting us to testify here before you, and thank you for your continued support.
Thank you. Thank you for coming today.
You're very welcome.
Chair, if you're ready to start, we can go ahead into the BOE portion.
Thank you. Now I'd like to welcome Executive Director of the BOE, Michael Ryan, to testify before this committee. Thank you for testifying before today's hearing. The BOE's fiscal 2023 preliminary budget totals $132.9 million, including $61.1 million in personnel services funding to support the 517 budgeted full-time positions. The BOE is responsible for conducting all elections in the cities, federal and state and local. Today, we look forward to discussing many aspects of the BOE's operations, including a review on any lessons learned from the citywide elections in November 2021, its funding necessary to carry out early voting, ranked choice voting, state budget proposals, among other important topics. With that, I'd like to ask the committee counsel to administer oath and swear in the testifying representatives.
Thank you, Chair. To all representatives from the Board of Elections who will be providing testimony or available for questions, please raise your right hand now. I will read the oath once and then call on each of you individually for a response. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Executive Director Michael Ryan.
Yes.
Deputy Executive Director Vincent Ignizio.
Yes.
Operations Manager Georgia Katsamanis.
She will not be offering testimony.
Great, thank you. Administrative Manager Wilma Brown Phillips.
It's not planned for her to offer testimony.
Okay. Finance Officer Gerald Sullivan, or is that it?
Let's see.
Okay.
So
Great, thank you.
myself and Mr. Ignizio.
Great. You may begin your testimony.
Thank you. Chair Ung and members of the New York City Council's Committee on Governmental Operations and Finance. I am Michael Ryan. I'm the Executive Director of the Board of Elections in the City of New York. Joining me here today at this hearing are Deputy Executive Director Vincent Ignizio, who is a recent addition to the board and a former member of the City Council. So
I don't have my pin on me, but yeah.
he has that distinction. We also have Administrative Manager Wilma Brown Phillips, Operations Manager Georgia Consumanis, and Director of Finance Gerald Sullivan. Before discussing the mayor's executive budget for 2023, I want to thank the City Council and the mayor's office for providing the necessary funding to operate the board in fiscal year 2022. That funding has allowed the board to meet its constitutional and statutory mandates, as well as the needs of the voters of the city of New York. And I extend a very special thank you during these very difficult times that have been challenging for everyone. In the interest of time, we have submitted written testimony. And if the chair so desires, we can dispense with the reading of the written testimony, rely on its submission, and open it up to questions. Otherwise, I can proceed. Your choice, ma'am.
Thank you. I appreciate that, actually. So let's get to the questions part of the hearing today. So in the November general election that occurred last year, we've seen the city's largest transfer of power since 2013. What lessons have BOE learned from the election to help prepare for its next citywide general election in 2023?
So, Madam Chair, as we do with each election, after the election is concluded, we do a comprehensive meeting with all of our vendor partners, particularly our voting machine vendors. And now we have the added vendor of the poll pads, which we started using in 2019. While there are no drastic changes from the board's operation, we are in a constant state of adjusting processes based on new statutory requirements. And that has been ongoing in my tenure in earnest since 2019. And we're constantly tweaking. There are no major overhauls. The last major overhaul that we did was in 2019 when we were one of the jurisdictions in New York State that fully implemented electronic poll books for elections, which have performed well, have been well received by the poll workers and the voters, and certainly help us with post-election tasks such as the voter history tabulation to ensure a timely certification process.
Okay, thank you. So there was no major takeaways from the November election that would be good going forward for 2023?
Nothing major, but as I indicated, Madam Chair, we're always looking at the process, and we're always looking for a better way to run the railroad, so to speak. So we have undergone some major issues, as I said, reflecting back to 2019 with the electronic poll books. In 2020, we were necessitated by circumstance to bring online the online voter absentee ballot application portal, which we did. What was added to that process most recently was the absentee ballot tracker. We also added into the process of technology a way to track how busy a particular poll site is, especially during early voting, to give voters the opportunity to have more choice so that they could go on to our website and see if the poll site was seemingly busy at a particular time of day. They could elect to, no pun intended, to go and participate at a different time. So we've undergone some major changes in the elections process over the last several years, and we're constantly working. We just met with one of the vendors yesterday to continue to refine some of these large-scale changes that have occurred over the last several years.
Thank you. Is there any anticipated elections yet to take place in the current fiscal year?
So we have fully conducted 3 elections this fiscal year since January the 1st, and the dates are detailed in my testimony. We are presently conducting 1, and as a matter of fact, election day for that election is now. So we have taken a break from conducting the election to come join you folks because money for next year is important too. And then there is a possibility that we may have a 5th if we get a proclamation from the governor, depending on Assembly Member Perry's. It is Assembly Member, correct? Yes, I always want to make sure it wasn't Senator. Assembly Member Perry has been extended the honor of becoming an ambassador for Jamaica. And depending on when his resignation is complete, a special election may be implicated in that district as well.
Thank you. And do you believe that right now the current year's budget is sufficient to carry out all these?
No.
No.
But as is stated in my testimony, we have over the course of quite a number of years now developed a very solid, firm working relationship with the Office of Management and Budget. They understand the unique needs of the Board of Elections, and we are working very closely with them to get the appropriate funding to have the board, quote, be made whole by the end of the year. And the reason that we specifically leave out, there's a couple of reasons why we leave out funding for special elections in a budget. One is you don't know specifically when those issues may arise. Secondarily, it really doesn't make sense to budget for an event that is either not known or not anticipated, because you would be unnecessarily encumbering funds, city funds that might have other uses for an event that doesn't occur. So we think it's a prudent and fiscally conservative way of handling that business, and the Office of Management and Budget, I think, both appreciates that from a planning perspective and from a mutual needs perspective.
Thank you. And when do you anticipate receiving funding associated with early voting for fiscal 2023?
So there is no separate funding for early voting for the election cycle. It's embedded in the budget. And as we are conducting early voting over a period of several years now, we're doing our best to continue to adjust the baseline needs of the budget in partnership with OMB based on our most recent past experience.
Thank you. So in the last election, how many of the early voting sites were public versus private locations?
I don't have that split with an exact figure, but I can tell you out of the, now are you talking about for election day or for early voting?
For early voting.
Early voting, it was approximately half, and for election day, it's typically around 700 out of 1,200, and early voting runs to a similar number. But we'll get those specific numbers to you in writing.
Thank you. And then if you could also get to me in the committee the total cost of the leases for the private voting, the early voting, that'll be great.
Sure. And just when we started the early voting process, we attempted to get a formula from the state legislature regarding how we should break out costs. And they referred us back to the existing election law, which does not provide a formula, but indicates certain categories of reimbursement that could occur. And so there is no strict formula for that. And we have done the very best that we can, considering the diverse needs of all of the communities that we have to serve throughout the city, and also with respect to the more onerous and somewhat adverse impact that conducting early voting in school facilities has, particularly during the pandemic. The pandemic created some significant challenges, and keeping members of the public away from children was certainly a goal that we did not fully meet, but we certainly tried to achieve.
Of course. So you said it's half right now, private and public for early voting. Is there a plan to decrease the number of private locations? I do understand all you said about the considerations that must be used during those times, but is there a plan to think about decreasing the number of private locations for early voting?
So in general, there is a push-pull with respect to utilizing schools for any election. It always is going to have some impact on the school. And that is the primary, according to the election law, the primary type of facility that we should use. And they have a tendency to be more centrally located in the various neighborhoods. But when you add early voting into the mix, you're adding 9 days of early voting. Sometimes that school may also be an election day site, which means that's a 10th day. There's a day before, at least, for equipment delivery, and then a day after, at least, for equipment pickup. So at a bare minimum, you're talking about a 2-week impingement on a school facility, and that would be at a minimum twice a year. And as we've now seen with some of the recent changes on the state side with respect to special elections, some districts, we had back-to-back or simultaneous special elections in Brooklyn in February. That means potentially facilities in those areas could have had an additional 2 weeks on top of that. So,
And Madam Chair, it's worthy to note that there are many elected officials throughout the city that are seeking to get out of schools and get into private sites, and are trying to encourage us to look at multiple sites that they have throughout the 5 boroughs.
So it's a tension. I don't mean that in the colloquial sense, but in the operational sense, right? There's a tension between the additional funding expended to be in private sites versus the impact on the schools. But I would also like to point out that schools are not the only governmental sites that could be made available for elections. And we have in the past requested of state legislators during formal testimony, and in this body during formal testimony, as well as private conversations, if there are other locations, government-owned locations, that are available, then we are certainly willing to evaluate those locations for suitability for the use of an election, both demographically, or conveniently located within the demographic of a particular area, and accessibility pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act, because, go figure, not all public buildings comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act.
No, thank you for pointing that out. So just to just wrap up the answer to the question, is there a plan to look at all the considerations, the public versus the private sites, or it's just going to remain status quo to what it is right now?
It's an as-needed basis, and there is going to be added pressure on the early voting process, because not only has the New York State Legislature not scaled back the 9 days of early voting. They have actually recently passed legislation that require expanded hours for early voting,
Right.
and also reduced the ratio of voters per site, which is going to increase our responsibility in terms of early voting locations. And I alluded to that in my testimony. When you see we started out several years ago with 61 sites, we now most recently used 106 sites, and we're going to be pressing up, approximately to 130 sites throughout the city. So that pressure is not going to decrease anytime soon. Actually, it's going to increase.
No, I appreciate all the BOE has done in terms of early voting. It's certainly just going forward something just to think about either it's private or public, to think about more sites, right? That needs to be thought about for the early voting process. So next, with the municipal voting law, I think we all know that last year the city council enacted a law that gave certain non-citizens the right to vote in municipal elections in 2023. What does the BOE anticipate the cost of this municipal elections to be?
We have not finalized the budget for that. We're going to have to do some setup work, some changes to the technology and the background work performed by the voter registration system. But in large measure, you'll have your 1 year setup cost, let's call it that, right? But then moving forward, the costs associated, the increased costs associated with conducting municipal elections, as it were, is going to be in large measure dependent upon the number of individuals that actually register. So we'll have the cost associated with printing the voter registration forms, but then once all of that is in place, moving forward, we'll have to see how many people actually register, because we may have increased ballot costs associated with printing separate ballots during those elections when there's non-municipal contests on the ballot at the same time. You'll see that fairly regularly with the district attorney's races, but it's a misnomer to believe that in the off-year elections that city primaries and other office primaries don't cross over, and when they do, we're going to have to separate out those ballots.
So knowing all that, have BOE taken steps to prepare itself for all these issues, all these logistics that you just mentioned?
This process started several years ago when I was called upon to testify at the hearings associated with formulating the resolution that led to municipal voting. So we have been positing and planning since that time, and we've had I won't say separate conversations, but we build it into our ongoing elections planning. Certainly, the board is in a seemingly perpetual state of conducting elections. So we're in constant communication with our internal folks and our external vendors. The voting equipment that we presently utilize recognizes an oval on a piece of paper. So that really doesn't have an impact to the voter in terms of the voter experience. It does have an impact on the back end for us, the pre-election planning phase, where we have to, test, a different number of ballots in the lead up. But considering that this will only, primarily affect the primaries, that's it's not going to have an insurmountable impact on us. Where I do think, is a spot that folks have to consider, particularly the local parties, is this intro 1867 permits non-citizen voters to sign petitions, and that may very well have an impact on the local parties in terms of preparing their previously omnibus petitions, and may now have to separate out their petitions for city contests in order to ensure that municipal voters do not, for lack of a better term, spoil an omnibus petition by signing a document that they are not eligible to sign.
Thank you for pointing that out. So in terms of the budget, when do you anticipate the budget to be finalized?
So we're, like I said, I'm not anticipating that it will be an insurmountable budgetary cost. And we have been in conversation with OMB, and we expect that, if anything, to be a new need in the January plan for next year. It's not something that yes, it's going to happen in fiscal year 2023. From a budgetary perspective, it is not a house on fire emergency to deal with right this minute. And while we're still in the process of finalizing the plan that needs to be submitted for July the 1st,
right,
we wouldn't want to, shoot for the moon and then scale back. It's better to ask for a specific dollar amount later from a budgetary planning perspective than it is to ask for more money than you need now. I think that would have more of an adverse effect on the city budget personally.
And the BOE is on track to submit its plan for July 1st.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And we are here joined by Council Member Borelli, who also believe has his hand up too.
Thank you very much. Since Mr. Ryan has brought up and was asked about non-citizen voting, I just want to ask you if, in your knowledge, this is in fact the state election law. Section 5-102, qualifications of voters, age, and residence. No person shall be qualified to register for and vote at any election unless he is a citizen of the United States and is or will be, on the day of such election, 18 years of age or over, and a resident of this state and of the county, city, or village for a minimum of 30 days preceding such election. Is that your understanding of the state election law, section 5-102?
I am certainly aware of the provisions of the election law.
Does this statute require citizenship for registering for voting in any election of city, town, county, or village elections?
As I said, I'm aware of the provisions of the election law, and respectfully, this matter is presently being litigated, wherein the Board of Elections is a defendant in two separate actions, one involving this specific question, another involving a different constitutional question, and we are the board, I should say, is a defendant in that action, and we have not had the opportunity to have the benefit of counsel just yet. The outside counsel issue has been now resolved, and we have not had the benefit of consulting with the outside counsel and having the commissioners determine ultimately what the public and or litigation position of the board will be.
Has your agency taken any steps to implement the procedural requirements of Intro 1867?
We have until July 1st to submit that report, and we're certainly will be on track to do that unless a court of competent jurisdiction directs us that one or both of the lawsuits reaches a different constitutional conclusion than Intro 1867 does.
What is the penalty for an election? What is the charge level of an election official who willfully ignores state election law?
Well, I think it can be at least a misdemeanor and potentially a felony, depending on what the individual transgression may be alleged.
So is it clear that your agency will take no action on implementing Intro 1867 until a court determines the legality of the issue?
Well, we will continue to do the planning necessary. Do we lose everybody?
No.
Oh, okay, because I lost your picture.
Our screen went blank.
Our screen went blank. Okay, we'll continue.
I'm as handsome as ever, Mike.
Right. Matter of fact, I was just about to turn this question and answer over to Deputy Executive Director Ignizio. No, I'm teasing. We will do what we can preliminarily and what we think is necessary in order to submit the plan. And then from moving forward, we have 6 months beyond the submission date of the plan to worry about actual implementation. So
just to sum, you will not be taking any action because the question of whether this is legal or not has not been settled, and commissioners and officials are under potential penalty of felony if they do this before it's settled in court.
So I don't think it's quite that clear. I'm gonna, no pun intended here, split a hair on this. But we have not had the benefit of counsel to direct us what we should be doing in light of a litigation, because when we initially addressed this matter with the law department's legitimate concern was that there was a possibility, that not a probability, but a possibility that the board's position might run perpendicular to the mayor's position and the city council's position. And because that possibility existed, and because the law department had certain reductions in their staff, they could not guarantee that they could firewall off our concerns in a separate unit. And that's why we had to go forward to seek outside counsel. But we have not had those conversations yet with the outside counsel. We just signed the documents yesterday.
Are there any other examples where your agency violated the plain English reading of a state election law?
Well, as I said, the issues that you're seeking to address here, and I understand why you're doing them, and they're legitimate issues to discuss. But those matters, the conclusions that you're reaching, are presently the subject of litigation, wherein the Board of Elections is a defendant. And I would be loath under any circumstances, and particularly under these circumstances, to step into the middle of a court case before the matter is even heard by a judge.
No, and thank you, and that's my final question. I'm not trying to reach any conclusion. I'm just reading the plain English reading of the statute. No person shall be registered and qualified to register and vote unless he is a citizen of the United States. I mean, that's the plain English of the state statute. And with that, I have no more questions. Thank you.
All right, and Councilmember Borelli, I would just like to say I was not intending to be obstreperous, just acknowledging that we have pending litigation and we are a defendant in that litigation.
Oh, of course, and I think you should be careful with words for that very reason. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I believe Councilman Yeager, did you have your hand up before? And do you have a question to ask now?
I did. The leader actually hit on most of the topics, so I don't really have to be the one who repeats it. But just, Mr. Director, from the perspective of myself and myself only, I think you're going to hear a lot of from elected officials in the city telling you, you must do this, and banging on the table. And I just want you to know that there are members of this council, those who are here now in this session and those who were here in the last session, who voted against this bill for very clear understandings of the state constitution and state election law. So in my estimation, your agency is prohibited by state law from doing anything to allow people to vote illegally in this city. And so to the extent that you get letters and phone calls and rallies and Super Woke Fest urging you to immediately enact this and start doing it immediately, otherwise you're breaking democracy, I just want you to know that there are at least some representatives of the people of the city, duly elected and duly sworn, who stand by the law of the state that says that the Board of Elections cannot allow people to vote illegally if they're not here, if they are not citizens of this country. So I just want you to know that, I'm not going to, like the leader said before, I'm not going to put words in your mouth, and I'm not going to try to get you to say something that you're not comfortable saying. And certainly as a defendant in litigation, you should maintain that posture right now. But I will say this, don't be bullied. When elected officials come pounding on the doors of the Board of Elections, telling you that you're breaking the will of the people if somehow you don't comply with an unconstitutional law.
Councilmember, I have always and will continue to appreciate your candor, your forthrightness, and your support. And I will just echo what I have previously said to Minority Leader Borelli, that we have not had the benefit of counsel to evaluate all of the circumstances. And I'm certain that this matter is on for litigation during the month of April. And I know, I think we all know the judge that it may be assigned to. And if it is, that judge is typically a no-nonsense judge that keeps litigants on a short leash. So I don't anticipate it being an attenuated process to get to a conclusion. And then once it gets to that conclusion, the court of competent jurisdiction will have spoken one way or the other, and we will anticipate that it likely won't end there. Whoever emerges, triumphant, if you will, from that litigation, it'll probably go up to the next several levels. But we'll keep our eyes and ears attuned to it, and we'll continue to communicate with our attorneys and do the best that we can once the court has spoken.
Thank you,
Expired.
Thank you, Executive Director Ryan. I certainly do not see you as someone who's been bullied into any positions or words. So moving on from
As I have said, Madam Chair, does this look like a face that hasn't been punched?
No, we're confident you'll be doing okay. So moving on from the municipal voter law. Right now, I want to talk about the language. What languages is BOE currently translating for voter education, voter registration, and election day material?
So we do English, obviously, is not needed to be translated. Spanish, Chinese, Korean, and Bengali presently for election-related materials. And then there are certain other matters that we have to translate into Russian on our website. And there is a open question with respect to the present census data, or what the next steps will be, and it's as yet unresolved. But we're anticipating another language coming our way, and I don't want to say it out loud because it's as yet unresolved, and then I don't want to create the belief that it's actually going to happen, and then it might go in a different direction.
No, okay, I appreciate
the
that.
language, but,
okay, so that's based
not
on the
settled on what language that will be. So I'll stick to one that's already we're already doing, Bengali. That was the subject of quite a bit of debate, and the federal court decision was that we had to add an Asian Indian language. And after much discussion, and for those folks that are familiar with that portion of the globe, there are numerous languages that could broadly fall under the Asian Indian definition. And it was then ultimately settled on Bengali. So while those conversations are still going on, I would prefer to keep our powder dry in that regard and wait until we have a firm answer.
Understood, but we should be anticipating one more language.
Yes, one more for now.
Understood. And what about the BOC's capability to translate, interpret the polling sites? What languages are those? Are those the same that you just said?
So we engage in a pretty robust, translator recruitment process, and generally speaking, we have sufficient translators for the various locations that we're required to serve. In the past, we had some difficulties getting Korean translators. However, we've adjusted some of the efforts in that regard and done some more targeted outreach, and that has boosted our Korean interpreter numbers to a sufficient level. We also work very closely, separate from the languages that we deal with the CEC, and make the locations and poll sites available where it is that the CEC determines the additional languages that they service are necessary for each election.
Thank you. But to be clear, it's still the languages that we discussed before. Obviously, English, Spanish, Chinese, Korean, Bengali, and feasibly Russian.
Correct. And for the languages, with the exception of Russian, we employ full-time staff to conduct translation for us and phone interpretation when needed. They respond to phone calls. But for all of the paper that we have to produce, ballots and such, if we send out mailings into the districts that require that interpretation, all of that material has to be translated. And so we have translators on staff that do that translation for us to make sure that our materials are accurate. And with the languages that rely on symbolic interpretation, we also make sure that we're using interpretations that make not just literal sense, but phonetic sense, so that the voters are properly served.
Thank you. And just a quick follow-up, why is Russian, you were saying before, Russian might not be included in these languages?
I'm not remembering it off the top of my head, but there's a state statute that required that some of the information that we post be provided in Russian, but it stopped short of mandating ballot interpretation and poll site interpretation.
Okay.
The state legislature passed the statute, and they went as far as they wanted to, and so we follow what they say to do.
So it's just, I got it. It's a state statute. Thank you. And about the
that was Russian, Madam Chair. That was Russian, not Bengali.
Right. In terms of, does BOE have media buys with the English press outlets about its work, about voter registration?
We do voter outreach, typically in and around election time. Last year, we did some more substantial outreach to publicly educate the voters with respect to ranked choice voting, because that was a substantial change. We leverage the various digital media, including the city kiosk process that we've utilized. So yes, the short answer to that question is yes. And then if you're going to ask me, well, how much? It really depends. If it's a regular election year with no large-scale changes anticipated, we'll do the annual information notice. We'll do some media buys up to and including Election Day. We also have legal advertisements that we're required to purchase in the various print media. But the last couple of years, we had COVID education that needed to be done in 2020 and 2021. We had ranked choice voting last year, and we anticipate doing some additional voter education with respect to the change in the absentee ballot canvass process, which is no longer going to allow the second bite at the apple. And by that, I mean, if you apply for and return an absentee ballot, you're no longer going to be able to vote at the poll site on Election Day. That's a significant sea change from what had been done in the past. We've taken a preliminary look at those numbers. It doesn't seem like there's a significant number of voters statistically significant number of voters that request an absentee ballot and then go ahead and vote at the poll site. However, statistical significance is not the yardstick by which the Board of Elections is measured. We're measured by our service to the individual voters. So we need to make sure we get that message out there so that people don't show up at the poll site expecting that they can vote when they've already requested and voted an absentee ballot. That's a change in the law. We're
Okay.
going to follow it. And we're going to do our best to get that information out to the folks.
Good to know about that change in law. I actually didn't know that. So there has been media buy-ins. And I understand right now you don't have the numbers. Do you know in general, are there ethnic media buys for the same exact information that's being disseminated to the public?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the word that you said. Just
Sure.
media buy.
So you said before that, you definitely have been using English press outlets, right, to get the information out.
Yes.
Okay, great. And I know you don't have the exact
You say
number.
ethnic media buys? Is that what
Right,
you-
I want to ask, right, so other than the English press outlets, has there been investment in the ethnic media outlets?
Yes. So the answer to that question is absolutely 100% yes. And if Mayor Adams did not steal our public relations director to become a deputy commissioner, I would have that information at my fingertips today, because she was she did a tremendous outreach, which is how we were able to boost up the Korean translator and Korean poll workers as well, to make certain that we're doing the best we can in that. What we were able to learn from that process was, in some of the ethnic communities, they have specific areas where they go for their information, which is different than the English-speaking communities. And we've had some pretty good success. There was a specific group that we've been working with, the name of which is escaping me, but it is targeted towards Asian languages in particular.
Thank you. It'll be great if you could follow the committee and just give us the breakdown, the numbers for the different media buy-ins.
Yep. One thing I know that we've kept is the number of impressions. As I was educated, I'm a little bit older, but apparently the number of impressions is a big deal when you're talking about digital access, and so that gives us an understanding of how many people actually looked at what we've put out.
Thank you. I believe City Council Member Ressler has a question.
Great, thank you. I was unmuted. Well, it is great to be with BOE. I'm a little worried that we're going to have to start calling it like the Staten Island Board of Elections now.
Wait, what do you mean worried?
Worried, profoundly worried. But you found two good Staten Islanders. My long-held and deeply felt criticisms of the Board of Elections are not personal; they're structural. And I appreciate Vinny, your recent appointment, and I'm excited for your leadership. And Mike, I know you work your tookus off and you try hard, and as do many of the folks at the Board of Elections. And you guys have an impossible job. You're one of the most, you're one of the probably most used punching bags in New York City. I do, like I started with, strongly believe in top to bottom reform at the BOE, but I also think that it's important to recognize good work that happens. And, I was speaking to your general counsel yesterday, who's terrific, Hemli Patel, and we're really lucky to have her there. What you were able to do on a dime with redistricting was very impressive, right? And, how we've expanded early voting so dramatically and electronic poll books. It's been, there are lots of good operational achievements that you deserve credit for. And so I just want to say that you don't get enough people saying nice things to you. So I thought I would just be the exception once.
Can we stick with those?
Yeah, should I shut up now?
You just cut out, council member. We can't hear you.
Exactly. I think we lost our signal.
All right. Before Chair Ung kicks me off the hearing, there were a couple things I wanted to ask about. One is, I'm very invested in making sure that our pretrial detainees on Rikers Island are able to vote. And I wanted to hear from you, what's the best way that we can make that happen? It strikes me that making sure that every person who's detained at Rikers has access to an absentee ballot is helpful, but there's of course a cutoff between the date that they have to send in their absentees and election day. Is getting an election day poll site onto the island or in each facility, is that feasible? What can we do to really make sure that these New Yorkers who have not been convicted overwhelmingly have the access to vote?
So the direct responsibility lies with the campaign finance. However, we always seem to have an added responsibility that's not directly given to us by the construct. And we're certainly happy to do it. Under past DOC commissioners, there have been an alternating emphasis and de-emphasis of this matter that you've brought to our attention, as an important matter for the DOC. As someone who used to oversee the DOC, I still think and remain committed to the notion that the social workers that have direct interface with the inmates are still the best place to affect this change that you're seeking to change. Certainly, you can do it from the upper level umbrella, but you got to get to where the rubber meets the road. And while there are other concerns that the Department of Corrections has to deal with lately and on an ongoing basis, certainly getting this information directly to the inmates, you have a social worker system in place in the various facilities throughout the city and Rikers Island as well. And those social workers, if it is prioritized from the top down in the Department of Corrections, if that should be a city priority, then they will follow the direction of the chain of command structure within the Department of Corrections. And we will certainly provide the materials necessary to assist in that regard.
Chair, could I have the liberty of just one more question? Is that okay? Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I just think.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I could see you were saying yes. I'm sorry. I thank you. I appreciate that response. I do think that that's with regard to getting an absentee ballot out to everybody. There are folks who, of course, are going to come in between the absentee deadline and election day that we want to make sure have the right to vote. And that would require more cooperation and coordination with the BOE directly. And I hear you that it's not, what I'm hoping to hear from you is that you're going to be a ready, willing, and able partner to step up if and when we get the DOC to do its job. The other question I just wanted to ask is, I realize we've got outstanding litigation on Our City, Our Vote. It may take place as soon as next year, take effect, which I strongly support. Have you put together a budget of needs operationally and otherwise to be able to ensure implementation of Our City, Our Vote should it move forward in the 23 cycle?
So the answer is we will be dovetailing the initial planning within our present process. This is not going out and procuring anything brand new in order to get off the ground. And then as we move forward, depending on what the public response to this new voting opportunity, should the courts determine that it's okay to go ahead, public response will drive the ongoing costs, not necessarily anything that the board will be able to plan for.
I just think that you have a number of council members, obviously not every one of them, but a majority voted of it in last year, and you have even more that are supportive of it now. We want to be helpful. We want to make sure that you all have the resources that you need to be able to implement it effectively and efficiently. If there are resource needs, and I could articulate some that I imagine, and they're not all BOE, some are CFB and otherwise, but if you could identify those resource needs now in the budget process and make the ask, that's, I think, a very worthy conversation for us to have by June 30th so that we can make sure you have what you need should this move forward in the 23 cycle.
We certainly appreciate that, and we will continue to work collaboratively with the Office of Management and Budget in that regard. I will say that our experience with OMB in the recent and current circumstances is they have a good working understanding of our cadence, and we're able to plan effectively moving forward and adjust plans when necessary. And as I said, I think earlier in my testimony, if we get to a point where we've kind of undershot our needs, we'll get to the January plan, which will land right at the moment where the rubber will start to meet the road with respect to municipal voters, assuming that there's no court alteration of that schedule. We'll get to that spot and we'll be able to adjust, accordingly. And as I also stated, I like to be fiscally conservative while remaining responsible to the agency that I help to oversee, and make sure that we're not asking for more money than we need, because that might further hamper the city's ability to budget plan for other things. So if they set money aside for us that we end up not needing, then they have therefore deprived some other entity of perhaps needed funds. So I think we're striking a good balance there. And we also are mindful of the fact that we have a new city council and some folks that are eager to get things done. And if it turns out that we're not getting the proper, kind of cooperation from OMB, which I do not anticipate at all, but if that should happen, then we will certainly lean on your good offices to assist in that regard. But we understand the mission. We understand what you guys are looking for. And if the courts say it's okay to go forward, we'll execute the mission.
Okay, let's just stay in close communication on this one, because it's of utmost importance to many of us on the council that we provide legal permanent residents the opportunity to vote in the next municipal election. And we want to make sure that you're all as prepared and well-resourced as necessary to make that happen. And so it's our job in the council to have the global perspective on the needs of city agencies and funding and the budgets. It's your job to be able to implement what you're charged with. And we want to make sure that this is done and done right. And so if there are things that we should be doing now and thinking through now in this budget process, I don't want us to hold everything off to resolve it in January and then be under the gun as petitioning starts a month later, et cetera, et cetera. So
right.
I hear you.
I don't anticipate that, but I certainly appreciate your concern. And I also appreciate how quickly you have pivoted from your previous role to your current role.
You mean from being a pain in the ass on one side to being a pain in the ass on the other? But it's good to see you. Thank you for having me, and thank you, Chair Ung, for the extended time. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe City Council Member Brewer has a question.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And if this has been asked, you can tell me, shut up, Gail, because I was at B&T, so I didn't hear everything. But my question is, in Manhattan, as you know, the problem is finding ADA compliant locations. And so you end up having to walk a long way to vote because it's hard to find. So my question is, like Goddard Riverside Senior Center being an example, federal agencies say it's ADA compliant, but it's not under Board of Elections, and it goes on from there. Similar situations. So are you going to give us like what a budget would be to make these places compliant? Because it seems to me that we have to address these issues. So that's my question. And there are lots of them all over the borough. And as a result, we cannot find places to vote. So
we have been doing that on a site-by-site basis. But I'll hit a quick rewind to 2014, just as a point of reference. In the spring of 2014, when the Second Circuit Court of Appeals told us what we had to do moving forward, we spun up very quickly with the prior administration a task force, and Bondali Cunningham, who's now retired, was part of it from Mayor's Office of Operation. I say that as a name that you probably recall. And we have worked diligently to do the temporary measures necessary. So at that time, we had no vendors doing temporary ramping. We had some ramps that we owned. We worked with the Department of Education. They had these ramps called suitcase ramps that they literally were in a case and we put them up. We now have 17 separate vendors that we have on call and utilize during the elections to install temporary ramping. And approximately 660 of our 1,220 election day sites require some type of ADA remediation in order to be accessible. And what we stopped doing, and in some respects, in part to yours and others urging we stop at that time moving poll sites because they weren't ADA accessible. And we engaged in this process now that allow for temporary remediation. For our good and the good of the city in general, those investments in capital construction to make the sites accessible would fix the elections problem. And it would also bring those sites into compliance for whatever use they have 365 days a year.
So can you give us a list of what those sites are, and then figuring out what, if you don't figure out, maybe DCAS could, what it would cost to make them ADA compliant? Because in some cases, your temporary solution doesn't work in that location.
Right. Well, you know, the temporary solution is never the best solution. It's a bridge to get you over a gap, right? But
I know, but sometimes, Mike, even that doesn't work, just FYI, as you know.
Right. No, I know. And some of these sites are very complicated, especially areas of Upper Manhattan, which you're very familiar with.
Yes.
The topography there is very challenging, and the entrance to these locations is very difficult.
Okay. All right. I don't want to belabor the point, but we need to know, at least in some areas, where are the ones that are a challenge, and then we can all figure out how together, because we don't have a list of where we can fix them. Okay.
Hello, council member. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
I was hoping that maybe you had sites or somebody has sites that they could advise us of, but this is where good government, good policy, and the council can really play a great role, because as you know, from my former life, you can put money in an overall under the speaker's office, a capital item, to start doing them citywide, changing sites throughout the city. And we would love to be a part of that and love to have a conversation with you or anybody in the council to effectuate that.
All right, I'm glad to talk to you. I'm just letting you know, I spent a lot of time looking for sites, and nobody wants to do it. Museums don't want to do it. Public spaces don't. Nobody wants to be a voting site for 9 days. Nobody. I spent hours on it.
Yes.
So then there are people who do want to do it, but they're not ADA compliant. So
we would love to be a part of that solution.
All right. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And council member, we have used over the course of time, we had some HAVA grant money, Help America Vote Act grant money that we used, particularly in schools where we've widened doorways and fixed sidewalks using HAVA grant money from the schools to help HAVA grant money from the feds, using that money to fix the schools, which helped us for elections, but also helped the school for its ongoing programs. And I think once we establish those sites, at least, you know, preliminarily, certainly won't be dispositive moving forward, we could always look to a restricted budget code that allows that money to be set aside, as Deputy Executive Director Ignazio suggests, and then tapped into when needed and when the sites are ready to proceed forward with the construction, that in a time that's convenient, that doesn't interrupt their other operations.
All right. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have one more question left. It's about the 44,000 residents in the 5 boroughs that received a notice in March that the voter registration status was in jeopardy, didn't verify the home address. Since knowing about that, what has BOE done to rectify this issue?
So first and foremost, I understand the alarm when people hear that, but I do want to underscore that the system in terms of voter notification worked. When we get a piece of returned mail back from the post office that says that an individual may no longer live at a particular location, we, under the NVRA, the National Voter Rights Act, have to engage in a reasonable list maintenance process, which includes mailing a notice to a voter and making them inactive. We mailed the notice to the voters. Voters raised their hand and said, "I'm still here. Don't take me off the rolls." We started to get some calls. And what put us on to this initially was voters were saying, "Wait, we recently voted." So those folks should not have received, there's no doubt about it, they should not have received the notice because they had recently voted. And then that there was a press inquiry. So as of March the 4th, in the late hours of Friday, March the 4th, all 44,595 voters were restored back to the active rolls with a special notice in the data that says that they were removed from the voter rolls in error and retroactively restored to the voter rolls on a date certain in the past. So what happened? There was a lot of things going on this particular election. The driving force of all of our efforts so that we could have elections to conduct were redistricting over or reapportioning over 5,000 election districts. That process usually took between 6 and 7 weeks. The state legislature asked us to do it in 3. And we did it. And by the way, proudly, the New York City Board of Elections, being the largest jurisdiction in the state and the only one that operates 5 counties at a time, was the first jurisdiction in the state to submit its reapportioned maps to the state legislature, so that we could actually have districts to vote on, in the June primary. All of that was going on, so there was an adjustment made to our prior process. Keep in mind that's a once in a 10-year event. It only happens after the census data is complete and the state completes its redistricting maps. So ordinarily, there are a system of internal and external checks that get made to ensure that the data that is going to be processed for the mailing is correct. And in this particular case, the vendor that does that work for us missed a critical step for some voters and did not do the check on voter history. Although the mail check was correct, the voter history piece was missing and those notices went out. But as I said, this was an unprecedented time for the board. All of that data was being processed simultaneously. We were under significant time crunch to get the reapportionment maps done. Pardon? Right. And it was corrected, by the way, from the date that we put the notices together and then the final phone call came. That was Friday, March the 4th. It was done within hours. Myself and Mr. Ignizio were on the phone with staff later in the day after our close of business, not theirs, and that was taken care of, and no voters were affected in terms of the voting process. But like I said from the beginning, the process worked because sometimes the post office might make an error. Sometimes the Board of Elections might make an error. And it's important to send out those notices and to have, it's a compliance with the law, but then the follow-up from the voter is also important. No system is going to work perfectly. And so it's important to get that feedback from the voter. And it was the feedback from the voter. And then toward the end of the week, a press inquiry that made us aware that we had to double check it. We had received several complaints of I voted. That was a red flag for us once they said that they actually participated in the voter process.
And to add, an enhanced auditing on both on the vendor side and on the internal side are being put into place currently to avoid this from ever happening again 10 years from now.
So thank you. So this is about the next question. I was going to ask, what are the mechanisms in place to prevent this from happening? I asked this question, and then I'm done my questions. Just to point out, yes, you were, as I was asking my language, asked this question. There are a lot of voters, especially in my district, English is not their first language. So you must imagine, not that this happened in my district, but you must imagine if there is such a mishap like that, they get very nervous, and that might really just make them think that they might not have the ability or the right to vote. So it's just, important, in terms of the Board of Elections, always is making sure, those voters who have the right to vote don't receive those notices. So I'm done with my questions. I think we're still on schedule. So does any other city council members have any more questions? No, great. So thank you to the Executive Director, Brian, and also to the rest of the BOE staff for your hard work, echoing what Councilmember Ressler says it is not easy, recognizing that. And I'm sure will look forward to further conversations, especially when the municipal law becomes more clear what's going to happen next.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Okay, since we're doing so well on time, I don't think Oath is here yet. So I think this is a good time to maybe just take another 5-minute break.
John Castielli, would you like to do a mic check?
Can you hear us?
Yes, we could hear you. Also, who is the other persons in the room with you?
Okay, we have Deputy Commissioner for Public Affairs and Communications, Rissa El Sinigo. We also have Deputy Commissioner and Chief Clerk, Maria Marciano. And we have Assistant Commissioner for Financial Services, Brian Connell.
Thank you.
Chair, I believe we have oath on, so we're ready to begin when you are.
Thank you. Now I'd like to welcome Deputy Commissioner for Public Affairs and Communications, Marisha Sanico, and Assistant Commissioner for Financial Services, Brian Cornell, to testify before this committee. And thank you for testifying before today's hearing. The Office of Administrative Trials and Hearings Fiscal 2023 preliminary budget totals $67.8 million, including $47.3 million in personnel services, funding to support the 391 budgeted full-time positions. OATH is the city's central independent administrative law court, conducting hearings for city agencies, commissions, and boards. Today, we look forward to discussing many aspects of OATH's operations, including the management of summons received from city agency, a citywide savings program, a review of its fiscal 2022 preliminary mayor's management report, among other important topics. With that, I would like to ask committee counsel to administer the oath and swear in the testifying representatives.
Thank you, Chair. To all representatives from the Office of Administrative Trials and Hearings who will be providing testimony or available for questions, please raise your right hand. I will read the oath once and then call on each of you individually for a response. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? Deputy Commissioner for Public Affairs and Communications, Marissa Senegal.
I do.
Assistant Commissioner for Financial Services, Brian Connell.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner and Chief Clerk, Maria Marciano.
I do.
And Deputy Commissioner for Legislative Affairs, John Castelli.
I do.
Thank you. You may begin your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Ung. It's a pleasure to see you again, and we want to thank you for having us here today. I want to thank, and I'm going to read the testimony into the record. And I want to thank, again, thank Chair Ung and the members of the Committee on Governmental Operations concerning the fiscal year 2023 preliminary budget. This statement will first describe the continuing successful efforts of the Office of Administrative Trials, OATH, during the challenges presented by the pandemic over the past year and ensuring the continued availability of due process to New Yorkers, all New Yorkers, and will then address the budget projection for this coming year. Since our last budget hearing, NYC government has changed in many significant ways. There is a new mayor, a new city council speaker, and many new council members. We are also still navigating the recovery from COVID and trying to understand what our administrative court will look like in the future, given the success of remote hearings. During the pandemic, OATH made extraordinary efforts to remain fully functional throughout the COVID crisis. When the city shut down, we did not. We immediately transitioned to remote hearings, and I'm proud to report that we have managed to hold over 250,000 hearings, remote hearings, in our hearings division since the pandemic began. We also held thousands of remote trials and conferences in our trials division. In sum, OATH heard more cases in real time with all parties appearing remotely than any other municipal or state court in the country. OATH's top priority is to provide New Yorkers with access to justice. Its stated mission is to provide a fair and impartial place where New Yorkers go to have their day in court. Over the last 2 years, we learned that fulfilling this vitally important mission does not require a physical space. OATH can provide New Yorkers with access to justice outcomes on city-issued summonses while also providing convenience and a healthy and safe way for New Yorkers to appear. While the vast majority of respondents continue to opt for the convenience that a hearing by phone provides, including a callback function that eliminates a respondent's wait time since last September, OATH has also provided the option for respondents to appear in person. Whatever the future holds, we will be prepared for it. Over the past year, as the second year of the pandemic continued to challenge our city, the Trials Division managed an effective transition to conducting proceedings by video. The OATH Trials Division adjudicates a wide range of issues that can be referred by any city agency, board, or commission. Its caseload includes employee discipline and disability hearings for civil servants, as well as cases dealing with the conflicts of interest law, the retention of police-seized vehicles prior to forfeiture proceedings, city-issued license suspensions and revocations, the loft law, city vendor contract disputes, violations of consumer and worker protection laws, and violations under the city human rights law. This past year saw additional staff added to OATH's Trials Division to adjudicate employee disciplinary matters brought by the city's Department of Corrections. Trials are conducted by administrative law judges who are appointed to 5-year terms, and that's 1 year longer than the mayor. The Trials Division continued use of video proceedings has allowed parties to participate safely and effectively, view video and other evidence simultaneously, receive interpretation in their language of preference, and communicate clearly with the ALJ. We are incredibly proud of how many trials and conferences the Trials Division has been able to conduct remotely during the pandemic. From July 1st of 2021 through January 2022, which is the most recent date for which data is currently available, Oath ALJs resolved 1,315 cases, including 794 resolved via settlement conferences, both of which represent increases compared to the same period last year. Oath ALJs also held 214 trials, and that's 96%, and I want to put the emphasis on 96% of the ALJ's recommendations have been upheld by the city agencies in their final determinations. Similarly, the Oath's Hearings Division continues to conduct proceedings telephonically. The Oath Hearings Division conducts hearings on summonses issued by over 20 different city enforcement agencies for alleged violations of law or city rules. These summonses are issued by the Department of Buildings, the Department of Sanitation, the Department of Environmental Protection, the Fire Department, the Parks Department, the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection, the Department of Mental Health and Mental Hygiene, and the Taxi and Limousine Commission, among others. We are continuing the use of telephonic hearings in the Hearings Division to meet the challenges presented by the pandemic. Telephonic hearings are safe, easy, and very convenient. Respondents, their representatives, and city agency attorneys and inspectors do not have to travel to our offices and appear in person, and hearings can be scheduled by email. There is also a callback option for respondents to use once they check in to their hearing by phone. This adds convenience by eliminating the wait times. And I am proud to report that we have now adjudicated over 167,000 summonses, 167,000 summonses via telephonic hearings in the last 12 months. Our telephonic hearings have been so successful that we will be continuing this method of hearings as an option for the foreseeable future. I'm excited to also describe the launch of Oath's Special Education Hearings Division. Special education hearing officers assigned to this division will adjudicate cases where parents can either challenge a Department of Education decision relating to the adequacy of the special education services offered to their child, or seek tuition reimbursement for the costs of a private education that provides their child with necessary services. This division, which is being launched based on Mayoral Executive Order 91 of 2021 and a memorandum of agreement executed in December by Oath, the DOE, and the State Education Department, will help address challenges in prompt adjudication of these cases. Oath is stepping in to establish an effective and standardized process in this area and will apply our well-established principles of independence and jurisprudence, neutrality, and access to justice to ensure that these matters are decided appropriately and in compliance with deadlines set by federal and state law. We are already hearing cases, and hiring is ongoing for both special education hearing officers and administrative staff. We expect the Special Education Hearings Division to be fully staffed up within the next several months. For Mayor Adams's commitment to greater transparency, Oath ensures information is accessible, in plain language, and translated into the top 10 languages spoken in NYC. Our help center exists to ensure that people receive answers to their questions and understand their rights and the hearing process, which is especially helpful to those who do not have access to Oath's accessible plain language website. An important point to note that is indicative of our commitment to transparency and access is that even as our hearings have been held remotely, we have facilitated access by the media on numerous occasions. Facilitated access. Our Trials Division decisions are made available online, and our Hearings Division appeal decisions are also accessible online. Due to the volume of hearings decisions, we can't easily make those written PDF decisions accessible through an open source web-based system, but through our open data portals and our online summons finder, we make the hearing outcome and the current status available for anyone to see. In addition to ensuring our hearings and trials are open to the public, our average FOIL response time is approximately 8 days. Everyone has access to free translation services for help sessions, trials, hearings, community service, and mediations. And Oath makes all forms and applications and orders available in the top 10 languages, and has also made non-essential documents such as outreach flyers, informational fact sheets, and handouts available in the top 10 languages. Oath maintains a very robust help center with 25 employees that supports respondents who receive summonses and are unrepresented before Oath. Help Center sessions are one-on-one meetings with the procedural justice coordinator, which are currently being offered remotely due to the pandemic. The sessions can be done in a respondent's language of preference. Since last March, our Help Center, and I'm proud to say that our Help Center has conducted over 64,000 remote help sessions. Building on the specialized resources offered by small business help and veterans help units in the Help Center, Oath recently launched Senior Help, a dedicated Help Center unit designed to help seniors prepare for their hearings and appeals and to make referrals to the Department for the Aging when necessary. We have more than a dozen fact sheets translated into the top 10 languages regarding interagency processes and the hearings process. And these include the following fact sheets: DOB certificates of correction, DOB stipulations, DCWP settlements, helpful information for haircutters, hair salons and barbershops, summonses where your property was taken away, to name just a few. In addition, since 2021, the Oath Help Center has expanded its services to provide assistance to unrepresented respondents in certain trials division cases, including TLC licensed drivers facing license suspension or revocation, and vehicle owners seeking to recover their cars after an NYPD seizure during the arrest. As indicated on our website, self-represented respondents can email or call the Help Center or can simply text Oath Help to 917-451-8829. The Communications and Public Affairs and Legislative Affairs divisions have remained active in performing Oath's public education services about how New Yorkers and New York City businesses can resolve their civil violations, even through the pandemic. Over the course of the past year, Oath conducted approximately 67 public-facing educational events in collaboration with elected officials, business associations, community groups, and more. These educational events also include trainings about Oath for council members, district office staff working in the area of constituent services, since most of your constituents will have a summons-related issue at one time or another. One of the things we are most proud of is our work partnering with the council through the years to provide assistance to the residents of this city. We look forward to working with the council to continue to get stuff done. Prior to the advent of the pandemic, Oath, working to accomplish greater access to justice for all New Yorkers and in partnership with the council, introduced the first in the nation continuous neighborhood pop-up course. Unable to continue the live hearings on location in offices of participating council members, Oath created Remote, or the Remote Neighborhood Pop-Up Court option, and made it available through participating council member, borough president, assembly member, and state senate offices. In the past year, Oath partnered with 5 elected official offices to provide the first ever in the nation remote option to their communities. Oath continues to maintain a social media presence and its monthly bench notes, newsletter, to keep respondents and practitioners updated. Oath also houses the Center for Creative Conflict Resolution, which provides mediation and restorative justice support to city government agencies, businesses, and the general public. Over the past 5 years, the center has offered a number of workplace conflict services for city agencies, including mediations, conflict coaching, group facilitation, restorative practices, dispute system design services, education, and training. During the past year, the center handled close to 314 mediations, consultations, career coaching, trainings, and group facilitations. A text message reminder system is available to all oath respondents to help ensure that people never miss a hearing and get real-time updates about the status of their case. Since the inception of the text message reminder system in September 2020, more than 8,000 respondents have registered for these reminders. As mentioned above, the text message system can also be utilized to initiate contact with our help center, and Oath understands that people feel comfortable communicating in different types of ways. This past year, Oath added a callback option to the Hearings Division remote hearing system, allowing respondents to avoid waiting on hold and instead request a callback when their hearing is ready to go forward. Since this option was launched, around 80% of respondents have taken advantage of it. And for outreach materials, email signatures for our public-facing and help center staff and other correspondences, Oath created its own QR code, which takes users to a specific page on the Oath website called "You Received the Summons, Now What?" and enumerates all the options available for someone who has just received a summons, including links to other web pages and online forms, such as reschedule forms, payment websites, hearing request forms, and other pertinent information. Agency headcount increased to 391 in the fiscal year of 2023 preliminary budget. This does not include the 358 per diem hearing officers in the Hearings Division. $146.1 million is expected in collected civil penalties for fiscal year 2023 from payment to fines of fines prior to a summons being docketed or falling into collection status. Oath's total preliminary budget for fiscal year 2023 is $67.8 million, which represents an increase of $15.7 million from the fiscal year 2022 adopted budget and an increase of $10.1 million from the fiscal year 2022 current modified budget due to additional funding in the November plan to support the transfer of the Special Education Hearings Division from the Department of Education. The preliminary budget also includes a vacancy reduction of 18 positions and $989,000 in hearing officer PS savings of $1.1 million. Of the $67.8 million, $47.3 million is in personal services and $20.5 million is in other than personal service. Thank you, council members. Thank you so much. And we're here to help, take questions, do the best we can to answer them.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for the entire oath. You guys been great. Thank you for coming out to my district office. I really appreciate it. Just a couple of questions. Can you provide the committee with a breakdown the number of summons by the different city agencies?
By the different city agencies, the numbers?
Yes.
Well, we can give you a breakdown of those numbers, but we don't have the exact breakdown now with us, but we can get that to you. And we'll get that to you ASAP.
Sure, thank you. But do you know on top of your head which is the agency that issues the most summons?
Yes, the Department of Sanitation has the highest issuance number of summons, well, the highest number of summons that are issued.
And just to add to what Mr. Castelli said, that information is available on our website. We update it every month with the issuance per our agency. So we have a PDF document, so you can go in and see which agencies are issuing the most month to month. And also it's available on our open data portals. So you can sort by zip code if you want, for instance, if you're interested in looking at your council district specifically. But the open data portal is a great resource as well. But if you have any specific questions, of course, like let us know and we'll get back to you expeditiously.
Yep. We'll get to Alexander right away, council member.
Thank you. Thank you. Have you just offhand, have you seen an increase in the number of summons issued by DOB in the last few years?
Sorry, council member, I couldn't.
Sure. Have you seen just off like, I know I could go on the website, but have you seen an increase in the number of summons issued by DOB in the last few years?
Well, what we've seen is overall, I mean, the numbers that we have overall, we can produce those numbers now, but the numbers we have overall, we've seen a decrease on those. We've seen overall
it has been increasing since
yes. So overall, the summonses have been increasing. Issuance has increased.
She was asking the DOB.
Oh, it's good to know for general too. So, okay. And then more for DOB. Okay.
Again, I want to point out, council member, that summonses get filed with us. So there's stuff that it depends on, we only see things that are filed with us. So we won't necessarily see all the stuff that's issued unless it's filed with us. So.
Okay, okay. So you're making the point that just because summons is being issued does not mean you would end up saying that if they just pay for it, right? That would not go back to you. Okay, so the oaths of 2023 revenue projects that the department will collect 146 million revenues, and it projects that the department will generate more revenues with Department of Health and Mental Hygiene fines. Can you tell the committee what's the structure of revenue collected from those fines?
Well, it's, again, I would want to put emphasis on the fact that whenever we hear the word revenue, our focus at Oath is we are focused on providing fair and impartial hearings and due process. So in terms of projections on revenue, the only thing we can't speak to essentially what our issuance, increases in issuance, and also what's behind that. We can't speak to the enforcement policies or the enforcement strategies behind that, which would, which those projections could be based on. I don't know, but again, it's something, it's an area that we can't speak to.
Okay, I understand. How about summons and defaults? Is there any numbers about the percentage of summons that people just don't pay?
Well, yeah, it's 45% of 45% of all summonses have gone in, that are filed with Oath have gone into default. 45% overall.
And is there any? Do you know what are the most common type of summons that goes into default?
The most common, I would say that sanitation summonses are the most common. Certain types of sanitation summonses would be the most common that go into default. Again, with the advent of electronic issuance, more agencies are using electronic devices to issue summonses. So that number eventually it could improve, but not sure.
Okay.
And I would also add that once a summons defaults, every respondent has an opportunity and receives a default decision from Oath with very clearly, plainly written language on how to reopen that default. So you do get notice that you've defaulted. So say if you didn't ever receive the summons, and during the pandemic and up till today, in fact, we still have expanded the days in which we will automatically reopen a summons after a default decision is issued from 60 days to 75 days. So now respondents have even more time to request a hearing after they have found out that they've defaulted, and we will automatically grant that hearing. And that's if you default once. So the second default, we don't automatically grant that. But if something were to happen on the first issuance or you were to miss your court date, we do send out a clearly written letter with instructions on how to submit that defense to us.
Yes.
That request rather to us.
And also, Councilmember, what we've been doing with a lot of our outreach events is to educate the communities, working in conjunction with council members, so educate, and also then Borough President Gail Brewer's office, and now Councilmember Gail Brewer. So what we've done is we've gone out there and proactively worked on educating constituents in the communities and small business owners about how significant it is to answer the summons and what the consequences are if they don't answer the summons. A lot of people don't recognize those consequences. So we're out there and we're doing it with the council, in partnership with the council, with council members. We have our Oath office, which we're going to be coming out to your office in the next few days, which we're meeting with a number of constituents, as we've done in the past. We sit down with them, and a lot of them don't realize, hey, if I don't answer this summons, I don't know what the consequences are going to be. So we're out there to ensure that, and we're doing it ourselves, going out there personally to make sure that happens. But again, we have to attribute any success to that to the partnership we have with you, and that's one thing we want to put. We always want to put emphasis on.
No, thank you. Thank you. Do you have any insights into why DSNY summons have the highest amount of default?
Well, I mean, again, I don't know for sure what I couldn't tell you. The DSNY has a jurisdiction, has huge jurisdiction over a lot of types of violations and so forth. So I'm not sure exactly, but again, we can't speak to issuance. I can tell you about the hearings process. I can tell you about what happens after the summons is filed with us, but I can't speak to why, what the motivations, what the strategies, what the issuing agencies do.
Understood. And just one last question. Do you have any numbers? And thank you for having so many different languages available in OATH. Do you have any numbers in how many people that come to OATH use the different language services?
We're going to pull it up right now.
We had 6,300 in fiscal 21.
Oh, wow. And what was that number in relation to everybody else that came to OATH?
So we don't know how many people come to OATH. There may be more people. There may be someone that comes with 20 different summonses. So, you know, we have the summons issuance, so what we receive in terms of summonses, but we don't have the number of respondents that come. But just to put it in perspective, in fiscal year 20, when it was more normal before the pandemic, we did about 13,000 translation requests.
Okay.
So, and I would say that they went down during the pandemic because the enforcement agencies, I think, were really focusing on the more serious violations, which tended to go to businesses and larger companies or property owners. And we're seeing an increase now. I know in our PMMR, we're reporting that we've gotten a 75% increase in language interpretation requests just in the first 4 months. And I think that's because the summons issuance is going out to a wider variety of summonses. So we're seeing more of the regular mundane, like sanitation summonses being issued. And so those are like the everyday New Yorker, the property owners that are going to be getting those summonses. So with a wider variety of summons types equals a wider variety of respondents appearing.
Yes, and council members, to add to that too, part of the outreach stuff that we work on is to ensure that people know that these language, resources that we have for language translation in so many different languages that it's available. There are people that may not be aware of it, and we're out there making sure that they do become aware of it, and they understand that they will have the language of their choice at OATH.
Thank you, and I appreciate your efforts. Certainly, we discussed this many times to doing that for the community, so I really do appreciate that. I am done with my questions. I'm wondering if any other city council members still on this call have any questions. Oh, look, great. Councilmember Brewer.
Hi, council member. I think you're muted.
Thank you. I'm a big OATH fan, as you know. So
thank you, council member.
And I love doing the outreach events.
We're big fans of you.
We hope to do more events with you. But the issue is, remember we met about the Department of Education special ed. So I'm just wondering how that's going. And if you discussed it, I apologize because I'm on another Zoom. But I wanted to know how that is going and update on this issue of special ed at OATH.
Okay, so the Special Education Hearings Division, we are in the process of getting it up and running. Right now, what we've done is we've hired, we committed to hiring 50 special education hearing officers, and right now we've offered. Well, there are 22 have accepted offers. 13 of the 22 that have accepted offers are already certified with the State Department of Education, and again, they have to be certified by the New York State Department of Education in order to adjudicate these cases. We are also going to be, we're committed to hiring 30 administrative support staff. So at this point, some of the special education hearing officers that we hired were previously hearing officers, contracted hearing officers who did these cases and brought some of their cases over to OATH, and they're currently adjudicating those cases that they brought over. Keep in mind that we're still in the process of promulgating our rules for this, our procedural rules for this new division. We're very excited about it. Our rules right now are being reviewed. The draft of our rules are being reviewed by the law department. And again, we're working on space, and we'll make sure that we have adequate space to house the special education hearings division. And we're hoping that all of this, and one more thing is we're going to be putting together a computerized case management system, so these cases can be tracked. One of the great things about this is by tracking these cases, we can see things. We can have more oversight into these types of cases. Again, and it's something that we hope to kick off by sometime during this spring or the summer.
Okay. Will the CMS system be apples to apples with DOE, or it'll be different? How will that work?
Well, again, we're still in the preliminary stages of working on that, so I couldn't answer that question right now, but I can get you that answer, council member, as soon as I get a clear update on that.
Okay, because I guess what we want to find out is how is this working, hopefully better than what it is now, and we think it will, but that's the way you find out is the data.
Yes.
Okay, all right, and thank you. And I guess there isn't that 45% that the chair asked about in terms of you can't get their money. There's not much we can do about that, right? I mean, it is hard once they default.
We just had, I mean, there was an amnesty program. The Department of Finance has an amnesty program, which my understanding was successful in getting a number of people that were in default, and it applied during the height of COVID, and it was successful in allowing people who couldn't, for whatever reason, respond to the summons due to challenges presented by COVID, allowed them to work out a plan with the Department of Finance to remove those defaults. But I want to put great emphasis on the fact that we're doing everything we possibly can to make sure that those people, and as my colleague, Deputy Commissioner Sinigo pointed out, we've extended the period of time that allows an individual to remove that default. So and that's important. And again, we're doing what we can. We're going out to make sure that people are aware that answering that summons is the most critical thing a person can do. Thank you, Councilmember. And thank you for your help.
Thank you very much.
I was going to add that the text message reminder system also serves to remind people about their hearing dates, so we are trying to advertise that as much as we can on our website and on our outreach materials so that people sign up for that service. They have to opt in. Obviously, we don't want to be tracking people or, and we don't have their cell phone numbers on the summons itself. But for those people who opt in, it is a very handy service for them to make sure that they do not miss their hearing.
Okay. The other thing that I should know is it's always been an issue of the handwriting, but is everything electronic now, sanitation, every agency, or do you still have to read somebody's bad handwriting on the summons?
It's increased for sure, but it's there's NYPD certainly is only handwritten still.
Some of the taxi summons
Our chief clerk Maria Marciano can elaborate.
So we have electronic issuance has in fact expanded, but there are still some agencies that do handwrite the summonses. So yeah, there is that bit of a struggle.
Okay, so is that something that we should work on? Maybe you could provide to the chair the agencies that still can't figure out how to have electronic. That would be helpful.
Okay, that'd be great.
Yeah, we can give you a list of the agencies that don't and the percentage of which, because a lot of agencies will have different enforcement departments within them. So like the health department has a different enforcement unit for vector control cases, which are like mosquitoes and things, or pest control. So some of those units, even within one agency, one will be doing handwritten, another will be doing electronic issuance. So we can give you the breakdown as to the specifics of that.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Does any other city council member have any more questions? No. So So I just want to thank you again for all for coming today, and I look forward to seeing you in the City Council office really soon.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you. I see Councilmember Yeager. Councilmember Yeager, just want to say thanks. Keep up the great work, and thank you for supporting and helping us going, through the years. Councilmember Brewer, I could spend 2 hours talking about how wonderful you are. So, but and Councilmember Ong, we are so looking forward to working with you to make this city an even better place and getting stuff done. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now turn to public testimony. I'd like to remind everyone that unlike our in-person council hearings, we'll be calling on individuals one by one to testify. Each panelist will be given 3 minutes to speak. Please begin once the sergeant has started the timer. Council members who have questions for a particular panelist should use the Zoom raise hand function, and I will call on you after the panelist has completed their testimony. For panelists, once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you, and the sergeant at arms will set the timer and give you the go-ahead to begin. Please wait for the sergeant to announce that you may begin before delivering your testimony. I'd now like to welcome Felice Robertson to testify, followed by Tawaki Komatsu, and then Glenn Bolofsky. Felice Robertson, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Starting time.
Thank you. Hello, Chair Sandra Young, Governmental Operation and City Council members. My name is Felice Robertson, and I am the chapter chair of New York City Department of Administrative Services, DCAS, and the Office of Administrative Trials and Hearing Oath employees of Local 1549. Under the leadership of Eddie Rodriguez, president of Local 1549, and our 13,000 members, we would like to thank you and for giving us this opportunity to speak at this budget hearing. The employees of DCAS and Oath are recommending that the implementation of employees to obtain pay disparity other than passing exams. The employees of Oath are in need of departmental growth, with human resources such as human resources, revenue, procurement, and cashier training. DCAS and Oath employees are strongly recommending promotion opportunities to all employees, not just a selected few. Once a position in DCAS and Oath is open, staff should be made aware that an employee is leaving or retiring from the agency, by which the job should be posted on the billboard. Additionally, responsibilities should not be added without compensation. DCAS and Oath employees' achievements should be recognized for their college degrees and certificates. For every additional level the employees achieve, they should be recognized and given the job opportunity or monetary pay. Finally, DCAS and Oath employees stress the recommendation to be allowed to work from home during an inclement weather condition, such as stormy snowstorms, and not expected for us to make every effort to come into work. In conclusion, we would like again to thank you for giving us this opportunity to offer our opinion and recommendation of this budget hearing. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'm open.
Thank you. I'd now like to welcome Tawaki Komatsu to testify, followed by Glenn Bolofsky and then Lena Cohen. Tawaki Komatsu, you may begin upon the sergeant's announcement.
Starting time.
Hi, I'm Tawaki Komatsu. I'm testifying in this public hearing, I guess, yet again. I filed a motion with the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit yesterday to ask the Second Circuit to immediately fire Joni Kletter. She's a commissioner of Oath. I also asked the Second Circuit to immediately fire Penny Ringel. There's a video recording of a public resource fair meeting that Bill de Blasio conducted on November 16th in Brooklyn, where both Ms. Kletter and Mr. Ringel illegally violated my First Amendment and 14th Amendment right to talk to former Commissioner Stephen Banks of HRA. So the point is, with regards to New York City Charter Section 1116, that pertains to official misconduct. What exactly is the procedure to have employees of the City of New York investigated and prosecuted and also terminated when they violate that section of the New York City Charter? And also with regards to submitting written testimony for today's hearing, if people submit written say like a PDF file, how soon thereafter will that PDF file be available from the New York City Council's website for the public to view? Chairwoman Ung, do you have an answer for that? Or Mr. Murray, do you have an answer for that? If people submit written documents for today's hearing, how soon thereafter will those documents be available? Okay, so I can't get an answer. Okay, so I guess this testimony is for the Second Circuit since I can't get an answer to a straightforward question. Have a good day.
Mr. Komatsu will work on that. I see Councilmember Yeager has a hand up.
Mr. Yeager, do you have an answer? So no one has an answer.
I was just going to let you know that if you paid attention to the beginning part of the hearing or a few minutes ago, you would know that Commissioner Kletter is no longer the Commissioner of Oath. So I guess it's just a matter of paying attention to some of the facts. Really, it was just 5 minutes ago that the new commissioner was testifying. But more to the point, and since your time is about to run out, I'll help you out with that. If you have complaints about the performance of city employees, you can go to the Department of Investigations and you can file any complaint you want. This is an oversight hearing on the budget. And in terms of the oversight hearing on the budget, this is where we talk about the budget.
To your point though, I've already contacted DOI. DOI hasn't done anything about that.
If the moderator can just hit mute, I appreciate that. Mr. Komatsu, you've come to the council a number of times, you've testified. I appreciate the circumstances that you've gone through. And
Ms. Ramos, terminate this hearing. Thank you. Bye.
Many ways, but there are resources and places for you to go, and clearly demonstrated your ability to be litigious in this.
We don't do
Referring
anything.
to the Department of Investigation, make sure that that's the place that you know you can file any complaint you want about any city employee.
I've done that.
About the budget.
Time expired.
I'd now like to welcome Glenn Belofsky to testify, followed by Lena Cohen and then Amit Butt. Glenn Belofsky, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your hard work. Nice to see everyone today. Chairwoman Ung, nice to see you. Councilwoman Brewer and Councilman Yeager, pleasure to see you both. We thank Oath for all their great work. I have basically comments about the budget and Oath and how it relates to DOF PVB. Oath has been conducting remote hearings very, very well, showing that regulatory agencies can do that, and they should be applauded for it. However, PVB DOF does not. We want to stress that PVB, Parking Violations Bureau, is light years behind Oath, light years behind this council, and by doing so, PVB denies live hearings to the public to appear in safety. In my role as political director of the 504 Democratic Club, representing the disability community, individuals with disabilities have a very hard time getting to PVB for live hearings. So we encourage this committee, where possible, to try to suggest or move the PVB to allow Zoom hearings and remote hearings. One request for Oath's improvement, they do speak about having telephone call-in hearings, and they do a great job with that, but it does take a very, very long time to wait on hold. And if you do request a callback, Oath does not specify the time for the callback. So respondents never know exactly when to expect that call. And if you miss the call, there's severe consequences. You can't call back. You are now in default with little or no way to remove that default, especially if it's a second hearing. So there's opportunity for improvements with the callback system. In terms of Department of Finance PVB, the stipulated fine program is pretty well known for giving discounts on parking ticket fines to the biggest ticket offenders. I mean, there's room for abatement programs for small individual businesses and for the public at large. But why is it illegal to jump a turnstile when DOF automatically reduces illegal double parking ticket fines to half for the biggest ticket offenders, causing congestion and pollution? And now, with their recent announcement about a week ago, they're further reducing the fines for blocking bus lanes, encouraging people not to use mass transit. So these automatic discounts harm everyone, especially the disabled community, as they are blocked from parking legally against the curb by these large units that are double parked, and also blocked from leaving a parking spot when these large units are blocking them. I really appreciate this committee's meeting today, and I really thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to welcome Lena Cohen to testify, followed by Ahmed Butt, and then Chai Jinda Surat. Lena Cohen, you may begin upon the sergeant's announcement.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chair Ung and members of the Government Operations Committee. My name is Lena Cohen. I'm a senior policy analyst at United Neighborhood Houses. UNH is a policy and social change organization representing 45 settlement houses across the state. And we're really happy to be here today because UNH is, we proudly co-lead the Our City, Our Vote coalition, along with our friends at the New York Immigration Coalition. And we advocated for the city to restore municipal voting rights, which of course has come up a few times today. And so on December 9th, 2022, the law will go into effect and eligible non-citizens will be able to register to vote in city elections starting in 2023, as we already discussed, pending the current litigation. But leading up to that date, regardless of that, it is crucial that the city does start to begin preparations for how this law will be implemented. As we learned with the 2020 census and with the implementation of ranked choice voting in New York City, early voter education is very key to driving successful changes like this. And that's what I'm here to testify about. So to effectively implement the municipal voting law, UNH recommends a $25 million city council initiative to support community-based outreach to newly enfranchised voters. This funding would be distributed to community-based organizations to conduct things like citywide voter registration, nonpartisan outreach, and mobilization leading up to any election date. The initiative could be modeled after the incredible work that the City Council supported for the 2020 census, just as an example. Ideally, we envision this initiative being allocated to smaller grassroots organizations who are not only embedded in the communities that they serve, but have strong ties to community leaders and their neighbors, so that, again, when we talk about spreading awareness about the municipal voting bill, we know that the messengers will be folks coming right from the community. Additionally, we're very much looking at the other city agencies that will be playing a role in the implementation. And we'd like to see an increase for all of the budgets to those agencies, which would include the Board of Elections, $25 million total cost for the Board of Elections is what we anticipate over the next year or two. And then the other few agencies that we're looking at would include a 10% increase of the Civic Engagement Commission, the Campaign Finance Board, and the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs. And then lastly, a 5% increase to the fiscal year budget for thank you, for Department and Youth, for the Department of Youth and Community Development, if we're able to, again, secure a funding initiative that DYCD could play a role in managing those contracts, again, mirroring the 2020 census rollout. So thank you so much for your consideration, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you, Lena, for your testimony. Just one quick one. Is this are you submitting a written testimony today too? So
yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I'd now like to welcome Ahmed Butt to testify, followed by Chai Jinda Surat, and then Wenyi Chin. Ahmed Butt, you may begin upon the sergeant's announcement.
Starting time.
Hello. I'd like to thank Committee Chair Ong and the council members of the Committee on Governmental Operations for providing the Asian American Federation the chance to testify on this year's budget. I'm Ahmed Butt, the Civic Engagement Coordinator at AAF, where we proudly represent the collective voice of more than 70 member nonprofits serving 1.5 million Asian New Yorkers. Amidst an ongoing pandemic, language barriers have revealed dramatic shortcomings in how our government is connecting New Yorkers with the programs and facilities they need, from receiving alerts about severe weather conditions to updates about masking mandates. Language barriers are a significant impediment to Asian Americans with life and death implications. We appreciate initiatives set forth by the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs, and agencies like the Campaign Finance Board and Civic Engagement Commission, providing new ways to engage with LEP voters. However, language barriers are rated high among Asian New Yorkers. Overall, 46% of Asians have limited English proficiency in New York City, compared to a citywide rate of 23%. The impact of these barriers on voter registration will be addressed not just by good policy, but by competent implementation by ensuring that in-language resources are made adequately available and bilingual staff are accessible to LDP community members. To make voting more equitable, in addition to improving language accessibility at city agencies, it is vital that culturally competent CBOs who are trusted in their communities are funded to conduct their own outreach in the communities they know best. By partnering with CBOs, including those belonging to our AAPI Power Coalition, we collectively made almost 2 million contacts with Asian voters last year, and who serve 8 different ethnic communities in 4 boroughs. Our city can improve the way in which it serves LEP voters. Our coalition members must be a part of the process, engaged as partners and centered as experts. The following recommendations for this year's budget will help ensure that LEP community members are not excluded from voter registration efforts due to a lack of adequate resources or training. Ensure an adequate and timely supply of translated voter registration forms and voter educational materials in citywide languages, both in person and on agency websites. Ensure adequate staffing of bilingual employees at city agencies who are properly trained to register voters. Partner with CBOs, including those belonging to our AAPI Power Coalition, to conduct culturally competent voter outreach. The city must also increase investment in safety net programs, such as community health centers, clinics, and food pantries. Asian New Yorkers have a greater need for access to these programs, in part due to the continued after effects of the previous presidential administration's public charge assault leading to disenrollment in public benefits. Specifically, the city must fund an emergency network of linguistically and culturally competent food service programs, connect Asian seniors and other vulnerable populations to alternative food benefits in order to begin to address the harm inflicted on the population by the loss of access to traditional government assistance programs. The City Council works on this year's budget. Council members must keep in mind the persistent inequalities in city contracting practices and systemic barrier facing our CBOs seeking the dollars the Council is allocating for this year. In addition to increasing funding for the AAPI Community Support Initiative, we're also asking City Council to fund the Communities of Color Nonprofit Stabilization Fund at $7 million, so our nonprofits can invest in capacity building projects as demand for their work only increases.
Time expired.
I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. The Asian community has been through so much over this past year, and the budget is the best way for City Council to show their priority and our community is cared for as it deserves.
Thank you. I'd now like to welcome Chai Jinda Surat to testify, followed by Wenyi Chin, and then Donna Roma. Chai Jinda Surat, you may begin upon the sergeant's announcement.
Starting time.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Ong and members of the Government Operations Committee. My name is Chai Jinda Surat, and I am providing testimony on behalf of Nonprofit New York, a membership-based organization representing 1,000 501c3 nonprofit organizations in the greater New York City area. Nonprofit New York works to strengthen and unite the nonprofit sector. I'm testifying this afternoon in support of 2 campaigns relevant to government operations. The first is A Place at the Table, and the second is implementation of Our City, Our Vote. A Place at the Table seeks to increase nonprofits' ability to advocate by reforming the lobbying expenditure threshold. Nonprofits have a legal right to lobby, yet fewer than 3% exercise this right. During a listening session that we held 3 years ago with nonprofit and legal practitioners, the current $5,000 expenditure required for nonprofits to have to register with the city clerk as lobbyists was the most common barrier shared with us. In New York City and New York State, if an organization engages in up to $5,000 in lobbying, they must track their advocacy time, primarily staff, supplies, and travel for legislative meetings, budget advocacy, and other activities core to advocating for their communities and missions, file 8 reports per year, and pay an annual $150 fee. Many organizations that register are routinely penalized for missing deadlines or filing information incorrectly, and this can range from $75 to $2,000 per filing. Many more organizations choose to have a no advocacy policy because they do not have the administrative capacity for the type of compliance required of big lobbying firms. And the city's current policy effectively removes the voices and experience of local community-based organizations, especially those who are most under-resourced, from the policymaking process. New York City currently allows architects to spend up to $10,000 before registering and reporting as a lobbyist, and we seek the same standard for nonprofits. During the previous council, we were successful in getting a bill introduced through GOVOPS, but it unfortunately did not pass the full council. We're hopeful the new council will again introduce legislation to raise the threshold and create a place at the table for grassroots and under-resourced organizations to make their voices heard. Next, on to Our City, Our Vote. So Nonprofit New York is also a proud supporter of Our City, Our Vote. We recommend, similar to Lena's testimony, that the city allocate $25 million to fund community-based organizations in voter education, registration, and get out the vote efforts in relation to Our City, Our Vote. Increase the budgets for city agencies that are going to be working on the implementation of Our City, Our Vote, including $25 million for the Board of Education, a 10% increase in the FY. Thank you.
Chai, thank you. I just have a quick question. A place at the table, you said a bill was introduced before and it was not passed. What bill was that? What bill number was that?
We're sending an unmute request. You may need to accept it, Chai. Hold on.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I think I was, yeah. I'll have to check the bill number. I'll have to check the bill number. It was introduced by Councilmember Cabrera. Yes, but I can definitely get that, and I can send that with written testimony if that would be helpful, along with the budget asks for Our City, Our Vote.
Thank you. That would be very helpful. Thank you.
I'd now like to welcome Wenyi Chin to testify, followed by Donna Romo and then Lloyd Fang. Wenyi Chin, you may begin upon the sergeant's announcement.
Starting time.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Wenyi Chin. I'm the Director of Civic Engagement at the New York Immigration Coalition. We are an umbrella policy and advocacy organization that works statewide with over 200 immigrant serving organizations. I want to start by thanking Chair Ang and the members of the GOVOPS committee for convening this very important hearing and allowing us the opportunity to submit testimony and testify on behalf of the organization's budget and policy priorities for fiscal year 23. So speaking to some of the things that my dear friends in this room have already previously shared, New York City saw the passage of the historic legislation last December. Intro 1867 was adopted into law this past January. And with this, over 800,000 New Yorkers with green cards and those with work authorization will become eligible to register to vote starting in this upcoming December, and those same individuals will also be able to vote depending on when the first election is held as early as January 2023. So we are incredibly thrilled to see this true democracy really embed itself in our city. And really what we're proposing today is really supporting that vision with a budget that makes sense. I know that we have heard previously from the Board of Elections around their budgetary concerns and budgetary plans for municipal voting. I just want to quickly respond in that wanted to elevate Councilmember Restor's concerns about being proactive and not waiting until January of 2023 to revise any plans and build out a budget, because so much of this work needs to be happening in 2022. And whenever the opportunity to plan forward is presented to us, we should really take that opportunity and not wait till the 11th hour. So what we are advocating is for city agencies such as the Board of Elections to be funded. We're specifically asking for $25 million for the BOE to prepare itself in its year one of this legislation, especially I think to some of Executive Director Mike Ryan's comments about year one being the most crucial year, and really making sure that we have widespread education, that the voter registration forms are done properly, have been translated in the languages, and making sure that folks are ready to register in December of 2023 and not having to wait and belabor that process. I also want to echo the need to create a $25 million fund to be distributed to CBOs, particularly the Our City, Our Vote Coalition, so that we can reach the most deeply impacted communities that we are already having direct reach within, and really conduct that citywide voter registration, voter education, and get out the vote efforts that we really want to see happen next year. And as an Asian American woman, I just want to elevate that we by no means condone bullying of any sort. And thank you for your time. We will be submitting a written testimony so you can review some of our numbers and recommendations.
Thank you. I'd now like to welcome Donna Romo to testify, followed by Lloyd Fang and then Helen An. Donna Romo, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Starting time.
Hi, my name is Donna Romo. Thank you so much for listening to me. And I hope you don't mind that you don't see me, but I have a screen that covers the camera part too, because I'm electrically sensitive. So thank you very much. I'm here to urge members of the committee to denounce what I term the new segregation and discrimination by co-sponsoring bill number INT 0001-2022, otherwise known as dismissal of summonses alleging violations of executive orders in connection with COVID-19, along with a refund of any monetary penalties paid in connection with such violations. These past actions that have been done to these people, including companies and small businesses, are acts of harassment and violating a human being's protections and rights under the state and federal constitution, HIPAA, ADA, Civil Rights Act, and the Nuremberg Code, of which a New York Constitution definitely recognizes. These violations can also be considered federal felonies under 18 U.S.C. 242. Whoever, under color of any law, statute, ordinance, regulation, or custom, willfully subjects any person in any state, territory, commonwealth, possession, or district to the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured by protection of the Constitution or laws of the United States, as well as Title 42, 1983, 42 U.S. Code, Civil Action for Deprivation of Rights. Every person who, under color of any statute, ordinance, regulation, custom, or usage of any state or territory or District of Columbia, subjects or causes to be subjected any citizen of the United States or other person within the jurisdiction thereof to the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured by the constitutions and laws. So as far as I'm concerned, that basically there is such discrimination that has been going on. So by continuing to allow what has been set up, which was never the executive order, which was never voted by any legislator and is not a law, and by not voting in line with this bill number INT 0001-2022, I feel that the members of the committee that perhaps could be violating the oath of office, of which you solemnly swear to support and uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of New York and the Charter of the City of New York. Quite personally, I have been discriminated against when I was I'll give you one case at the post office, and because of a medical condition, not having the mask, I was talking to the person in front of me telling me this, and then we were right in front of line, and then the clerk said right away, you have to wear a mask. I said, I have a medical condition. You're discriminating. She says, you have to wear a mask. Go to the back of the line. Go to the back of the line. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for listening to me and letting me express myself. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to welcome Lloyd Fang to testify, followed by Helen Ahn and then Sean Lally. Lloyd Fang, you may begin upon the sergeant's announcement.
Starting time.
Thank you, and good to see you again, Chair Ung, and thank you to committee members and committee hearing staff for giving me the chance to speak today. My name is Lloyd Fang, and I'm a policy coordinator at the Coalition for Asian American Children and Families, CACF. For 35 years, CACF has led the fight in New York City for improved and equitable policies, systems, and services to support those most marginalized in the Asian American Pacific Islander community. We're a member organization with over 60 AAPI-led members and partners serving the AAPI community, which is the fastest growing population in the city, comprising up to 18% of the city's total population. Today, I come before you amid budget oversight discussions and hearings to remind the Committee on GOVOPS to, in the interest of government efficiency, prioritize the revision of the city's existing laws that mandate demographic and linguistic data disaggregation across city agencies, Local Laws 126, 127, and 128 from 2016. As you may recall at the last GovOps hearing, and I know it's changed since then, in November 2021, during which we discussed the Intro 1937 that aimed to revise these local laws, CACF urged significant changes, and we'd like to reiterate the importance of revising such laws this year. Since we last met, Governor Hochul also signed a historic New York State law mandating data disaggregation for Asian American and Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander populations at state agencies, offices, commissions, and boards already collecting demographic data. Many of today's agency testimonies, committee questions, and public testimonies highlighted the importance of agencies recognizing the diverse needs of different ethnic, immigrant, and linguistic populations in the city. As BOE Executive Director Ryan mentioned, thoughtful community-driven outreach and engagement with Korean-speaking populations made a considerable impact in increasing voter education and participation last year. Revising the data disag laws to incentivize and compel implementation across agencies will enable all agencies to collect more granular, better data that will ultimately aid them in their individual mission and efforts to serve New Yorkers. That said, it's imperative that the City Council reintroduce a data disaggregation revision bill so that we can take the necessary steps toward data equity for not only the API community, but also for groups across the city like Black, White, Hispanic, Indigenous, LGBT+, and others. We strongly recommend that any future considerations of oversight of city agency operations include evaluating demographic and linguistic data collected on communities and people served by agency functions and agencies' data collection practices. After all, just as Mayor Adams often quips that crime reduction or public safety is a prerequisite to prosperity and recovery, good data collection underpins good governance, good policy, and government efficiency. Thank you all so much for your time today.
Thank you. I'd now like to welcome Helen Ahn to testify, followed by Sean Lally. Helen Ahn, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Starting time.
Helen Ahn, I believe you're still on mute. We have sent you an unmute request.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh,
There you
hi.
go.
My name is Helen An. I'm a director of Korean Community Services of Metropolitan New York. I am currently overseeing two older adult center, new names of senior centers and ethnic home delivered meal in Queens. Today, I want to actually three things to especially chair of this council that currently probably all the adult centers cannot launch the new programs recently awarded by DIFTA. But due to the budget cut to DIFTA, about 10 million, I think DIFTA is not requesting us to launch the newly awarded RFP awarded project. So I really need your support and advocacy that DIFTA can restore the lost budget. And second one is the home delivered meal. Currently, all the home delivered meal providers are experiencing really hard time to run the program. Every meal we deliver and provide, leaves budget deficit. Also, due to the high, cost of the vehicle, and also the gas increase, and also all the homebound seniors most live very outdated senior housing, where usually elevators don't work. So our meal delivery time by the New York State compliance is 3 hours, but it is never complied. And we also need a new equipment, and also like a new support for the homebound vehicles for the all homebound meal providers. And also senior centers, nowadays, we see lots of seniors are experiencing food insecurity and also anti-Asian hate crime, xenophobia. So we also need your support to provide language specific and culturally sensitive services for them. And also lastly, all the government offices like a Social Security office, Medicaid office, SNAP office, FDNY, they all have to resume to normal services, while all the senior centers, all the seniors, live normal life. So please support that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to welcome Sean Lally to testify, and I believe that will be the last panelist who we have on the Zoom who has registered to testify. So at this time, if your name has not been called,
Committee Council, I see that Borough President Reynoso has also joined.
I see. So we'll hear from Sean Lally, followed by Borough President Antonio Reynoso. Sean Lally, you may begin when the sergeant calls time.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chair Ung and members of the council. My name is Sean Lally, and I'm here to represent an organization called Medical Freedom Alliance. I see many Democrats using language of inclusivity, such as delivering a fairer, safer, and brighter future for every New Yorker. This, in fact, is Eric Adams' motto posted on his Twitter page. So then I ask myself, why does Mr. Adams come up with reasons to bring us back to a society reminiscent of the bad old days when Jim Crow ruled? There was a time when if you were born with the wrong skin color, you were not permitted to patronize certain restaurants, walk down the street, purchase groceries, or go to the park without being harassed. Is that the kind of society we are heading towards? I am taking this opportunity today to call on the members of this committee to denounce what I term the new segregation by co-sponsoring bill number INT 001-2022, otherwise known as dismissal of summonses alleging violations of executive orders in connection with COVID-19, along with the refund of any monetary penalties paid in connection with such violations. I believe the proposed law would ameliorate the economic burden placed on small businesses, as such demands for compliance are fundamentally unjust. I am convinced that lifting such onerous mandates will provide business owners with a windfall of money that they so urgently need. I yield my time. Back.
Thank you. I'd now like to welcome Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso to testify. Borough President Reynoso.
Thank you so much and good afternoon. Thank you to the chair, Sandra Young. It's so nice to see you. And it's nice to see Councilmember Yeager from Brooklyn. And the Committee on Governmental Operations, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My testimony today will focus specifically on community boards and their budgets. And I was disappointed to see that the community boards didn't make it to today's agenda despite this committee having oversight, but wanted to go on record anyway with my comments. As Brooklyn Borough President, I oversee the borough's 18 community boards, and this is a responsibility that I take very seriously. The boards are a critical first point of contact between the public and city government. Yet, because of their extremely limited budgets, they are currently struggling to maintain their basic charter mandated functions. This is in addition to everything else that they have been called upon to do during the pandemic, ranging from pivoting quickly to virtual meetings to literally feeding their communities in some cases. Community boards have not had a significant baseline budget expansion since 2014. I was extremely disappointed to see that this new administration has no plans for any budget increase for the boards in the next 4 years. You don't need to take my word for it. Earlier this year, a group of district managers released a report that outlined exactly what they need to do their jobs more effectively. The most critical thing that the administration can help address are now the following. Physical spaces. DCAS helps community boards find office space, but the quality varies widely. District managers reported a range of issues, from not having light switches in their office, to doors on their bathrooms, to being located in a non-ADA compliant building, meaning constituents with disabilities can't physically come to their office for assistance. And I think we can and must do better. Additionally, having public meetings is one of the board's most important functions. The hearings are an important opportunity for the public to connect with local government. Yet, board staff must coordinate space for these meetings with no support from DCAS, meaning they are forced to spend precious staff time finding and securing space that can accommodate a large number of people, is ADA accessible, and meets the standards of the open meetings law. This was already a challenge before the pandemic. Now that the boards have been away from their previous meeting spaces for 2 years, they are once again forced to go through this process, but with even fewer spaces available to meet their needs. For example, community board rooms in hospitals and schools may no longer accommodate public meetings. Other venues may have a vaccine screening mandate in place, which is our understanding is a violation of open meetings law. Still, other spaces may be too small to accommodate social distancing. The boards need support from the city to address this before the governor's emergency order allowing virtual meeting expires, and from the state to allow hybrid meetings permanently, which brings me to the technology and communications. During the pandemic, many boards have to pivot entirely to online meetings. Yet the technology available and the expertise required to use this technology varies from board to board. The city charter requires boards to make their meetings available for broadcast, but only some have the tech capabilities to live stream. The board's ability to comply with the charter should not be dependent upon my discretionary budget. Along those lines, in 2018, charter revision required DoIT to assist the boards with building functional websites. But right now, the quality of these sites still depend on the board either having its own expertise or the financial means to contract outside help. What's worse, DoIT had one staff member dedicated to helping all of the city's 59 community boards with their technology issues. But he recently left and has not been replaced, leaving the board stranded at a particularly crucial time. One district manager reportedly recently waiting weeks for DoIT to create an email address for a new staffer, and it is simply unacceptable. I'm going to skip some staffing. The board's existing budgets only provide for a minimal number of staff lines and leave little room to provide competitive salaries, making recruitment and retention of professional staff difficult. Inability to fill vacancies is a major impact on an office with only a handful of staff. Without baseline funding, district managers have difficulty planning for staff expansion long-term, not knowing if these lines will be renewed next year. Baselining a budget line for a staff analyst or community coordinator would make a huge difference in the board's ability to function efficiently. It would also allow them to connect more directly with their constituents and encourage engagement for more diverse populations, including youth. I'll end with thank you again for the opportunity to speak today, and I want to be a partner with the council and the administration to dramatically improve the experience of working for and serving on a community board. There is so much more to be done, including making sure board membership reflects our city's diversity, creating and enforcing membership standards, providing consistent trainings and support for board members and staff, and creating a more productive working relationship between the boards and the administration. I hope we can start this year by providing them with some of the basic resources they need to function efficiently and continue working together to address all of those issues over the next 4 years. Thank you again, Chair Sandra Young, and to the Committee on Governmental Operations.
Thank you. I see Councilmember Yeager has his hand raised. Councilmember.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wasn't going to speak, but I really want to lend my voice to the borough president. Mr. President, you, as a member of council, when we served together, you were a strong voice for community boards, and I'm very grateful. Honestly, I couldn't have said anything that you said better, and I think this is something that we've argued for the last 4 years as well. I am about 10 minutes late to go run to meet the district manager of one of our community boards, who's standing on a street corner trying to convince DOT to reverse traffic flow to provide safety for community. And she's been working on this project for 3, 4, 5, 10 years. She succeeded 2 previous district managers. The work of community boards is really the front line of the challenges that we face as elected officials. It's easy for us to come and be glorious in our work. They're the ones who are doing the hard work, and it really is needed that they get the extra resources. They're not getting it. One of the things that we saw in the last couple of years is the extra funds that get thrown at them as an add-on that they're not able to actually account for. So it's really hard for them to plan. Can they hire an additional staff member? Can they actually acquire additional space? Can they give people raises that are due that they haven't gotten in a long time? So it's something that I really want to continue partnering with you, not just for our 18 boards in Brooklyn, but for the 59 throughout the city. They need it, and they've worked hard. And I think I've said this many, many times. I was on a community board for 18 years before I joined the council. I started on my community board when I was 5, as you know. So that's how I got that longevity in there. But Mr. President, I really do appreciate your voice on this. It's strong and it's important.
Thank you. Thank you, Brooklyn Borough President, for coming on today. Maybe perhaps in the future, we're going to have a hearing on the community boards and see how that's working out. So I think that's it for all the testimony for today. I want to thank everybody for participating today. I know it's been a very long hearing since this morning. So again, I want to thank the committee council, CJ Murray, and everybody.
Chair?
Yes.
Sorry, before you finish, if we could just do a last call for testimony to make sure.
Sure, of course. Sure. Do the official call.
At this time, if your name has not been called, could you please raise your hand using the Zoom raise hand function? And as a reminder, all hearing participants may submit written testimony up to 72 hours after the close of the hearing to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Chair, I don't see any hands raised. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Please continue.
No, I thank you. I just want to again thank everybody for staying on today. I look forward to continue our communications in the future. And I think the real is I hit something 3 times, right? Okay.